Yo. How you guys doing this fine evening? Oh, too bright. Please. Thank you. Sometimes you just need a little dark mode in here. You guys doing this fine evening? As you can see from the stream title, we're big chillin'. Not even bing chillin'. Oh, big. These comments. Who knew? Who knew when I made a funny little emote? How the strands of fate would wind. Jim Brewers, bro, thanks for the big prime. Appreciate it for 28 months, pardon me. For people who end up watching the VOD and want to know and might not see chat, the opening song is Urail by Atex, which are absolute giga chads, in my personal opinion. Because I've ran that intro for what, a year? Like a solid year. Never got the MCA'd. Holy based. Literally bought their music. Because that's so rare. And I never had to make another intro. Baby Seal loves bagpipes. I think it's a big prime for 18 months. Appreciate it. I think GW made BCR bad to get people to shift over to Gutbusters before they amputate. Also, you should cover a hat in tin foil for questions like this. Yeah, you know, I thought about it. I was a click away from buying a snapback that looked like it was covered in tin foil. I think I still should. You essentially just reminded me that I was going to do that before. I can't remember why I didn't. I think the website was suspicious or something like that, which I guess is appropriate for the subject matter, huh? Yeah, no, I think I should. I don't really think that they overtly make things good or bad to drive sales. I don't think they do that. Sometimes it lines up that way, but I think that's just random chance. It would be a little bit greedy to do that, right? A little bit underhanded. And there's so many examples of them not doing that when it really would have benefited them. And indeed, they should have done that a few times and they just didn't. And you're like, what are they doing? So I guess I don't know. It's too random. You can look at all the data points and pick out the 5 that you want that form a line. But I think you're cherry picking at that point. Like, why didn't they want to sell Cruel Boys? That army sucked from release until exactly 4th edition. You know, brand new army. Why didn't they give them good rules to drive sales? They just didn't, right? That giant corn dragon thing comes to mind as well.
Which prime?
You know, the like $500 corn model dragon. Why did that have to be a corn dragon? Why wasn't that just a chaos dragon? Now 4 armies could buy it. You know, they limited themselves to only 1 army for some reason. And also, why wasn't that thing any good? I don't know. There's too many question marks. I think it's all just a roiling sea. Alotac, thanks for the prime for 7 months. Appreciate it. Also unlikely for them to squat if they're doing that. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of Games Workshop decisions only make sense with the benefit of hindsight. And even then, a lot of them don't make sense to me. Big sub equals big dinner. True, Lord Vladik. Thanks to Prime, by the way. 34 months. You just unplugged from the Matrix. That was Vince's 6-hour video. Oh, shit. Yeah, a lot of people are doing the big videos now, me included. Although I'm typing mine up. Apologies for the no Monday stream. Something came up, and then also I finally did what I said.
Sophisticated, relaxing, kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
The Zero Only TJ. Big 5 gifters on Twitch. Hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I don't recognize this name. The Only TJ, but thanks for the generosity. Perhaps it's a lurker. Lurkers are fine. You know, I especially like lurkers that donate 5 subs. Anyway, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. As you can see, we're just chilling. Thanks for the giftos. Anyway, TYVM. You know how the design team works, but you think GW could kill it if they restructured their rules and model releases teams with an overarching goal in mind? Yeah, there have been complaints about management style in the past that I've seen. I don't know anything about managing a company or people, really, so I can't speak on it. All I can do is, as a customer, react to the outcome and then be like, that shit sucks. or it's good, you know, one of the two, whatever it is. Bishop, thanks for 5 HeyWoah memberships on YouTube. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the 5 member subs. I don't know what to call them on YouTube. I guess they're called memberships. But I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Bishop. You watch rarely? Well, thanks a lot anyway. You were in need of bigness today? You're very happy to catch a stream? No problem. Anyway, back to that other question. Do you think GW made BCR bad? No. I think they just accidentally did, probably. Maybe it's not bad, maybe it's good, and everyone just thinks it's bad right now. Absolute copium. I don't know, who knows? I'm gonna play them, see if they're any good. Mostly because I own a shitload of Beast Claw stuff, and I don't own any Gutbuster stuff. And I'm not trying to buy Gutbuster stuff when they seem like they're lined up, ogres in general, to be the next big refresh. I'm not trying to buy in and then get good-looking ones afterwards, for the most part. Ryan Maloney. Love the streams. Try to listen to them while at work. Helps chill you out with school and work. Good. Appreciate it. That's like kind of the goal here. We're going on a walk, you know, and listening to some piano. Well, digital piano, but... First year battle tomes, underpowered. Second year books, overpowered. Third year written for the next edition, but then throw away for the new edition. Yeah. Topsy-turvy. Time for some hard lurking. You got 4 days to paint 1,000 points for a horde army. Oof. Ugh. In general, I like to recommend for the long run that people don't do that. But, you know, live your life how you want to. Every time I have rushed to finish something for some tournament that was coming up, I regretted it in the long run. But perhaps your mileage may vary. There's always a next event. Although, if you're painting up your first models, don't put Valhalla and Blizzard all over them. Because if you don't, you probably can go back and repaint stuff that, you know, you wish you could. Love the new big sub icon, yeah. I said I would make a sub icon of some sort if I got partner, and then I did. And so I made it the big emote. I don't know if that's appropriate. Do you think it dilutes the emote a little bit? Maybe it does. I'm not sure. Building clan rats right now. Nice. Procrastination is a hell of a drug. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the corollary might be, unless you, like, have to finish it for some event, you never will. And so in that respect, it's better to finish it than not, right? Kind of depends on the situation. You're gonna play Spearhead, HeyWoah. I did. I played a game of Spearhead last week against Frank on the Rocks. As always, a good opponent and fun. It was an exact tie, as many Spearhead games end up being. They almost, well, it's not almost certainly, they definitely play tested the shit out of that game and designed that game from the ground up to try to make sure that the game was like always close or always a draw. Like at least always close. Just the way that they designed everything makes it feel like that. I think it's probably a good thing as well. It teaches people an important lesson that sometimes takes a while for them to otherwise learn for the game Age of Sigmar, and that's not to concede early. I got a lot of comeback mechanics in this game. As to specifically your question, are you going to play Spearhead in the future? No. Never again. I liked it. It was fun. I think it's great for the game. And I enjoyed myself doing it. Never going to do it again. Yeah, I only have good things to say about that format. But also I won't be playing it again. To quote Vince's Discord, this box has a lot of rat. Joined a Spearhead League, good excuse to slowly paint up your Seraphon. Yeah, I think it's good for the on-ramp, you know. When's it gonna play 4th Ed? I wanted to yesterday. I also wanted to Saturday. And I would like to tonight. I just gotta schedule it with a mod or something. That's all. So probably next stream. Well, there might be a secret stream this week, aka HeyWoah Radio, aka work stream, where I quietly work and I just put on playlists and music in the background. And there will be no VOD because it's all going to be DMCA. I want to see what happens if you do that. It's a test. Like if I do a stream for like 3 hours and I just put on whatever the fuck DMCA music I want, as long as it's still like kind of obscure, you know, I'm not going to play Britney Spears or whatever, right? If I just stream it live and then the second I'm no longer live, I just don't publish the VODs and delete them. Is that okay? Or is that not okay? It's essentially a test. I want to see if that works out. Yeah, lights out. And then my goal is Friday is just Age of Sigmar. TTS, 4th edition. I want to play 4th edition. I want to start playing 4th. Getting into the laboratory. Getting into the lab. Initial glance over the Ogre Maw tribes seems to be Gutbusters, fun. Don't seem to be like very strong in the game, but they look fun. Fat middle for sure. Beastclaw looks pretty bad, but looks can be deceiving, and I want to try it before I make huge, sweeping generalizations that aren't disclaimered by, you know, this is just how it looks on paper, right? HeyWoah Friday game? Yeah, I'll play Friday. Hell yeah. RSS feed stream. What you really appreciate about this channel is that every stream is big. You get to see a small stream from this HeyWoah individual. Yeah, there was one stream that could be described as small, but there was a big event that caused it to end quickly. And that was a tornado, and the power went out. So maybe a big end to a little stream. Fat middle sounds like a good time. It's where we live. It's where the ogres have essentially always lived, in that fat middle. like 50% minus, you know, step down, step up or down, depending on the year. I don't mind being there. In general, I don't think you want to be really close to the top, nor really close to the bottom. You just want to have a fighting chance. And nobody is like, when you reveal what army you're playing, you don't want your opponent to be like, oh, it's them, you know, just like a whiner about it if your army has a reputation for being really strong. And you're always looking over your shoulder for nerfs or something like that. You don't want to live like that. And painting up your Hearthguard, an Auric Hearthguard for your Fire Slayers, and bought 30 more Volkites to run a 100 Volkite list. Absolutely hyped. That sounds big. 100 Volkite list. Absolutely massive. Essentially the complete opposite of me running only Stonehorns. I hope it's good. It's important to note that everything got nerfed, so things that seem mid are probably pretty good relatively. Yeah, I've always been keeping that in mind, Knight of Name. From Monty Python. That's what tempers a lot of my otherwise over-the-top, you know, hyperbole. Is a lot of people got nerfed, right? The 4th edition is simply like a reining it in of 3rd edition, which itself was a reining it in of 2nd edition. We're on that trajectory and have been for a while.
Good job, King.
Papa Jerry thinks tier 1, 7 months. Appreciate it. Big 7-7. Nice. Is that a reference to a Rifts character from last week? Or the movie? We shall see. Butcher passive of Run and Charge makes the Ogres look a lot of fun. Yeah, Butcher passive looks great. Slaughtermaster being a living maw pot looks great. Both of them just kind of stacking and working with everything seems great. You got free endless spells to take advantage of, which is a great thing when your 2 core wizards are like the things you definitely want to be building your whole army around. They look like they're in a good spot. The only fly in the ointment for Gutbusters is Noblars are essentially auxiliary. Like, you can't play with Noblars, which is a big downside for you. I mean, you could play with Noblars if you wanted to play a Tyrant. That guy fucking sucks, and he's crazy expensive. So it's basically the same thing as not being able to play him. But, I don't know, Gluttons seem good enough, you'll just run them. Maybe Lead Belchers if you're really desperate, but I don't think so. Let's play more Gluttones. You want to build Sylvaneth army, but Alariel and the Bugs are the only units you like, walking on the new Stormcast reveals before you get those. Yeah, I would generally not recommend playing an army that you only like 2 of the guys from. Because they might be good right now, but long term, you really do want to like the majority of the faction and the models and everything like that. So just being a little careful about that, I think, is a good, natural concern. Have you checked out the Armies of Renown yet? Do you mean allies, or is there extra stuff? I looked at the ally rules, yeah. Allies are essentially just, you know, what I think that's what they call Armies of Renown now. Or not Armies of Renown, but Regiments of Renown? They use Renown in 2 of their things, and I disagree. They shouldn't. Makes it confusing. Unless it's SOP, because then there are only 2 guys. Yeah, then it's fine. that's Fire Slayers, because then there's only 2 guys? Yeah, that's true. Well, then it's even more important to like those 2 guys, right? Wabidia started filling in its AOS 4 page. Nice. Doing the good works. Armies of Renown, like an alt allegiance from campaigns, is still... Oh, it's still a thing. I thought it would go away with 3rd edition. I would be very surprised if those were sticking around. If they are, it would be a big deal, and I would look into them then. I didn't look into them at all because they came at the tail end of 3rd, and I figured they were going away. And stuff that's pretty temporary, I don't even bother looking at. In general. So... Not allies, the variants of the factions, where one you can only take Archaon, Abraxia, and Vanguard and stuff. I thought they would be getting rid of those. If those are sticking around, then they're worth looking into. They stay. Okay. Alright, well then we look into them, I guess. They stay until the books arrive. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, if they're sticking around until when the books arrive, then I think I might ignore them again. No, I'll look into them. Yeah, they're worth looking into, I think. Your only big worry remaining for 4th is that the battle tomes will be lame like in 40k. I think that's, in general, the direction they've been going. That's one of my complaints. I got some old guy complaints about Age of Sigmar and the direction it's going. And one of them is, every edition the battle tomes get lazier. And more boring. And more streamlined in a bad way. With more guardrails and stop signs. And, more safe. More sterile. And a lot of the complexity is shifting over to the core rules. I think that's the opposite of correct. I want the armies to be really complicated. Tons of options. Freedom, justice, American way. All sorts of cool shit, random things, sub-factions that are almost little tiny armies in and of themselves with a bunch of extra rules. Now they're just like 1 sentence and it's like +1 to something. I don't know. Maybe this is the price we have to pay for the balance being so good, relatively speaking, but I don't think it is. I think this is just the way they choose to do it. Landon, 1,000 pardons, but I have links turned off in my chat by default. It's not you, it's me. I just have them turned off so people can't just spam stuff and get it clicked on. It's a safety measure, I hope you understand. Ogres seem low on rend and fights first strike last shenanigans. Yes, yeah, they get... Even the good half, Gutbusters, well, as it seems right now, seem like they get their back blown out by strike first, strike last shenanigans. With very little to help them from that. They might get tore up. Having high wound models is slightly it means that you're a little better against mortal wounds than other armies are. Because, okay, you take 10 mortal wounds and you lose 2 guys, they take 10 mortal wounds and they lose 10 guys, right? Just in a vacuum. And so your squad, relatively speaking, loses fewer attacks per amount of mortal wounds coming in, you know. Now you're losing the same amount of points for the most part, but that's like one of the things having high wounds does, is we're slightly more, we're not resilient, we're not like protected against them, we die just the same, but we mitigate the downside to losing X wounds worth of guys per squad, I guess, in a little way. That being said, die pretty easy. It also makes heal more relevant. Yeah, because stock standard healing is essentially useless. You know, if you have 1 wound guys or even 2 wound guys, healing just doesn't matter at all. Unless it's reincarnation style healing, you know, where you can get models back. It just doesn't do anything in this game. Damage is too high. With 4 wound guys, healing every once in a while is going to be effective. It's going to do something. It still won't do something sometimes. You know, you perfectly killed a guy so that all the models in the unit are at full life or whatever, what have you, right? You're going to randomly not be able to be affected by healing. A lot of times your healing is going to be like, well, one guy heals 1 and this other guy heals 2 and that's it. But essentially it allows healing to potentially kind of matter, even if it is pretty minor still. You chose the no-caster army. I did, but now it's different, right? Originally I picked a no-caster army, but then we got thrown in with some casters. We got butchers and slaughtermasters. I'm heavily disincentivized from putting them in a list because list writing is kind of weird this edition. It really doesn't like you just taking some random hero. But if they're going to make every endless spell in the game free, I'm probably going to take a wizard. Even though it doesn't synergize really with anything I'm doing, I still think you probably do. Ahem. Wizard for the value, yeah. I mean, we have... So Blood Feast is banned. We can't cast that on monsters. We can't cast it on Beast Claw at all, right? Because infantry only. So Blood Feast is banned. Oh well. We couldn't... You didn't used to be able to cast that on monsters anyway. The only person who lost Blood Feast is Mournfang. The poor sons of bitches. Can't catch a break. But Greasy D is still a good spell. Our unlimited spell is Heal D3. That's good on monsters. Not like you get nothing for a wizard besides the endless spells and unbind. I'm pretty much prepared to just straight up play a wizard this edition if I don't care about drops, which it's looking like I won't be caring about drops in general. But this is why I want to enter the lab. I want to see what's going on with everything. Morbid Conjuration gives you the Purple Sun plus Gravetide too. Yeah, I noticed. I kind of looked over the endless spells, but I skimmed it. I'm not gonna lie. Morbid looks great. The Kronspine... I think Kronspine is a double trap. Okay? At first you think it's a trap because it's kind of hard to cast. And it only gives you 1 thing to put on the table. And being able to put 3 things on the table, or maybe even 4, seems a lot better than that, right? But I think the fact that it hunts down other endless spells is sort of like built-in... Kind of like built-in counterbalance to that. And you can't just banish it. It takes some damage and then sticks around, right? So Crownspine seems okay. The Destruction GA endless spells. One of them is the Gnashing Jaws. Those seem alright. Those seem like Kronspine at home, you know? Like worse, but you get 2 other endless spells for the deal, and it's easier to summon that thing. The Flame thing seems really bad. And the Emerald Life Swarm seems not great, but you might just put it on the table early. In my head, a lot of AOS games are just going to be like, alright, turn 1, I put a bunch of endless spells on the table. We need these endless spells on the table at all times, so that they might die one turn instead of one of my units. Just boots on the ground. Put them in between me and them, right? Do you think people will mostly be going for 2-drops? Yes. Will it not matter? It will definitely matter. If you can be 2-drops, I think that means you are flipping coins against the competitive players. If you are 3-drops, it means you always lose priority, or rather you always lose deployment to the competitive players, but you flip a coin with either people whose armies preclude them from being able to build a better list, and or casual people. And if you can't do 3, you might as well be 5. There's no difference. And absolutely no one probably is going to be 1. Unless there's some army in the game that's just God's gift and has the greatest singular regiment ever. I think the percentages will go probably 60% plus of all people will be 3-drops or more. And 20% will be 2-drops, and those will be all the competitive people, and then 10% whatever. Blast Fend TX. Thanks for the watch streak. Broke your streak, real life got in the way, don't worry about it. We're virtually walking through an alleyway where it's raining in Japan. I'm talking about plastic toy men. Real life can fucking wait. You just wonder how hard are endless spells to kill? Seemingly very easy. Their armor saves are bad and they don't have a lot of wounds. Most of them look like they explode if you touch them. The problem is, you don't want to actually fight them, because it's a waste. Kinda. You have a limited number of combat phases available to you during the game. Realistically speaking, you have probably 4 of your own, and 4 of your opponents. And if one of your units wastes one of those, killing some 6 wound, 5 up save, endless goop, you know? Your opponent's probably happy about that. It's probably what they wanted to happen. So they seem to be able to, yeah, all the endless spells that I looked at looked like they died to anything. But that's not the point. The point is you have to waste time killing them. That's a big deal. Slaanesh in the new edition seems weird. The buffs they give enemies are not exactly something you can ignore. Yeah, Slaanesh feels like you give your opponent one die, never 2. It seems to me. Like as a rule of thumb, I'm sure there's a situation where you wouldn't, you know? I can imagine a few. But in general, it seems like you pick 1 unit of yours that's cool this turn, and your opponent gets 1 die. Just so they can't make auto 12 charges. Giving them auto 12 charges is like buying a rope, I don't know. If it's battle round 5 and they don't even have enough units on the table that matter, or everybody's in combat, yeah, maybe you do more. At that point, the difference between 2 and 3 is kind of nullified. Just give them 3 at that point, right? Do you think reinforced units will be the thing, or more MSU type armies? I think reinforced units are back, baby. I think it's first edition all over again. Old is new again. I think reinforced units are going to be the standard thing. Not only does everybody have 3-inch combat range now, which means full damage all the time, but a lot of the MSU stuff people used to be running could only just barely kill something. And so reinforcing a unit to make sure that they really have to throw the power at it if they want it to go away. Yeah, I think we're reinforcing this edition. Will just removing the ability to use the temptation dice on charges fix Slaanesh? I'm not familiar enough with Slaanesh as an army to be able to say that. However, I think the singular thing that's stopping people from saying they'll ever use 2 of those a turn is 12-inch charges. Everything else that ability does is whatever. Your opponent can make use of it for sure, and it's like a downside, but auto 12 at the buzzer free throws or something like that it's too good. I'm generally of the opinion that your abilities should not help your opponent overtly. But they have something else in mind for Slaanesh, I guess.
Good job, King.
Oh, the Sam Handwich. Thanks to Tier 1. Appreciate it for 2 months. Thanks, HeyWoah. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. In general, I think the idea of exploring the mechanic of Browbeat from Magic the Gathering for Slaanesh's rules in Warhammer is in general a mistake. The wrong path. You typed in your GPS wrong and you're driving the wrong way on the highway. I don't think programming in Browbeat effects into their army is a good idea. Ability shouldn't benefit the opponent. A bold take, yeah. Like, if I could mind control my opponent and force him to choose 2 of his guys with that to give me a 12-inch charge, I would. If their battle trait was exactly reversed, like the opposite, and they gave their opponent 2 units that were good, and then they got auto 12 charges, it would arguably be a stronger ability. That probably shouldn't be the case, or even close to the case. Did you see the Poor Hammer mentioned you in their new video? Oh, did they? Nice. Poor Hammer shout out? Nice. Well, I appreciate it if it was good. And if they said that I suck and I don't upload enough, I'd be like, first of all, the second one's right. And the first one, I'm doing what I can. I got a day job. Slaanesh also has really neutered War Scrolls because they assumed you would be picking 3 or 4 units a turn. Well, that's silly. They can't have assumed you would be picking 3 when the average player can read it and in 1 second determine that you won't be picking 3 ever. It's weird that they would write that and assume that. You know, I'm not even talking about playtesting. It's just like the average player, bring him in and be like, hey, are you doing this? No, never. Why? Because auto 12 charges are game breaking. And the plans you can make knowing that you will auto succeed at one of those are too strong. Oh. Okay. The day job was your first mistake. Just drink from the questionable font of crypto and work out. Well, I missed the crypto thing. It seemed like a scam to me, so I skipped it. Now, it was a scam. So I guess moral victory there. But a lot of people get rich from scams. Just not you. Not the little guy usually. You know how many crypto coins there have been? Like 1,000, 10,000. Remember like 4 of them you could make money from. You had like a 10,000 to 1 chance of picking the wrong crypto and losing your house to the bank. I don't know. I don't consider it necessarily a missed opportunity. It's just like, hey, at some point in your life you could have won the lottery. Okay. but the only way to reasonably achieve that, knowing that information, is to buy a lottery ticket every day and go broke doing it. I also didn't get into the NFT thing because that looked like a scam as well. More obviously a scam even. And that was correct. I don't think there was an upside to that one. I don't know if necessarily anybody got rich doing that. Perhaps somebody did, but... What if you pick the right one? Scratcher could be the one. It could be. Likely not. HeyWoah meme coin when? Yeah. Poor Hammer mainly Brad talks pretty highly of me. Like he mentions, you were the inspiration for their all armies in 40k video. Oh, nice. Well, that's nice to hear. I appreciate it. I don't watch a lot of other AOS or Warhammer content, really. When I'm working on the other monitor over here, if I'm not doing sound, I put on, like, I don't know, some Dark Academia playlist, sounds of rain hitting pottery, walks through winter forests, and, like, lectures about science and history and stuff. By some weird-looking professor 14 years ago. I'm not, like, consuming a whole bunch of other Warhammer content necessarily myself. How about a video on Twinkies from 1998? Yeah, watch that. MRE Steve, baby. Prime going to bed to music. Video, I mean, for sure. Usually hear only the successful stories, not the failures. I mean, you hear about the failures as long as they're, like, really huge, right? But yeah, it rises to the top. So you get a incorrect view of the odds of such a thing happening, or the frequency of such a thing occurring, right? Can't imagine getting into NFT and crypto after seeing the Folding Ideas vid a couple years ago. I'm not aware of any. Is Folding Ideas a channel? If you like history, might I suggest Agent Napoleon? It's a podcast about Napoleon and his cultural impact. Neat. Yeah, Napoleon, fascinating for sure. Meat coin, big coin. Yeah, these are some good ones. Would you ever consider doing a collab with Poor Hammer and do a TTS game with them? Yeah, probably. As you can see, I don't normally have, like, people on my show. I don't like podcasts generally, at least for me. To me, it's too hard to wrangle. I'm bad with people's schedules and stuff like that. And, like, I'm a weirdo hermit and everything, but if somebody invites me on their show, I'd probably say yes. I've been on Warhammer Weekly a bunch. I've been on AOS Coach, I think once or twice. Some other people's stuff. I'd play a game. I wouldn't leave my house, but I'd play a game. You could try AOS lore podcast. There are barely any people doing it. True. I don't care enough about AOS lore to read all the books, though. The problem is, no one in the entire world does either. I think there's a space to fill for that. Like, there's a ton of 40k lore channels, and people seem to eat that up. And so in a vacuum, you're like, well, Games Workshop has good lore for 40k. I wonder what AOS is like. And then you look for lore videos on it, and it's hard to find. K is way more popular. Yeah, and their lore is way better too. And their setting is way better too. If only you could merge both of their games into one, they'd be completely unstoppable, right? Because 40k has one of the most genius settings ever invented. 40k's setting is so good. And their lore is okay. And their story and characters are not great, but the world and lore and stuff is really good. The models are meh. The game itself, meh minus. Humongous, giant swaths of their community, not great. And then for AOS, setting, world, and lore, much worse. Story and characters, okay, I guess. Game, way better. Models, way better. If only you could take the good parts of each of their games and put them into one, you'd have the perfect game. And the community's a lot better, too. Just ask ChatGPT and do zero follow-up research. ChatGPT is not something you want to be using for writing. It can't do that. It's so bad at it. And asking ChatGPT questions that don't have anything to do with programming, it's completely retarded. Like, it can't do it. Like, I'm hesitant to just call it a complete scam as it pertains to anything but copying art and giving you suggestions on programming. The asking the thing questions, it's clearly just pretending to answer things. It just says things. Yeah. Doesn't work for that. I don't think it's technically made to do that, although they say that it is, but I don't see it. If you try to get ChatGPT to write something for you, I'm talking writing, it's worse than the 17-fingered people. It's like the equivalent of that for writing. It's even worse, though. And if you try to ask it some question that is easily Googleable, it just won't know the answer. And I'm like, what do you don't even know what Google knows? How did they train you? Like, what is this? Anyway, maybe it'll get better, but I, first of all, don't care too much. And second of all, the problem it's trying to solve is not it's not a good problem. It's like, hey, we finally solved this problem for you. Oh, what's your problem? Oh, you're completely illiterate and you can't write a simple few paragraphs about something. Oh, that's what the machine is going to solve? The copy work of some minimum wage intern for a website? That's worth a $1 trillion industry? All right. Interesting. Hey, well, I would listen to you talk about what little lore you knew in AOS. You enjoy the chill lumberjack telling stories by a fire vibe. Yeah, I mean, I do look up lore, and I read all the battle tomes and stuff when I'm doing videos about armies. But I don't quite go into the books. I try to find out information from the books without having to read them. Maybe, I don't know. Audiobooks could work, I suppose. It's hard to get fired up about AOS lore. Yeah, I don't care that much. I mean, I kind of do, but... Book club when? Newer models are better at it, then they can get a bunch of sources to follow up on. Would you be interested in making another every faction as a song playlist? Probably not. It was so difficult to find music that was not monetizable, but technically allowed to make a video about. So, you know, the first 5 or 6 perfect songs you think of for each faction are so copyrighted that they won't even let you put it on a video. And then the next 20 are heavily DMCA'd, so the video can't be monetized in any case and gets blocked in a bunch of regions. I'd have to find the most obscure music ever, and the quality of the music would go down. Maybe if the pirate radio station takes off. We'll see. So I guess I'll give you more of a maybe than a no. Favorite smooth, monotone voiced Warhammer content creator. Thanks a lot. I got a niche, but there it is. Really like some of the army pitches as a lore sampler. Yeah, that's essentially what, as deep as I get into it, is army pitches, lore sampler, cool story, background, that kind of thing. And just summarize it in my own goofy ass words. Now we don't have to pay artists though. You sure do. You sure still do. Because you can't customize anything. I told Midjourney to get you a picture. You can like dance or beat around the bush and tell it you want this artist's style without quite telling it you want that artist's style, you know? But if it's like, actually I want the hand a little more over here, and can we have this, and can all of the notes you would get from a client, you can't do any of that. You have to like find some graphic design person or an artist anyway to fix all that stuff. You might as well have just had them draw it. Like it's solving a problem that isn't even a problem. Or like, is there a worldwide shortage of artists? No. Do you have to pay them very much? Absolutely not. Okay. So you're trying to solve a problem for which there is essentially low demand and tons of supply that is already cheap. Why are you trying to solve this problem? Exactly. It seems weird. And then at the end of the day, you still need to hire artists. Anyway. I think the bubble is moving towards bursting on that, which I will celebrate if it does indeed happen. It happened to NFTs, and that was a hoot. It was very entertaining. I was like happy when the bubble burst on NFTs because it's so obviously a scam, right? That you're just like, damn, it's kind of nice every once in a while when everyone realizes there's a scam and you have a little bit of faith in humanity again. Like, okay, yeah. Some scams are so obvious, even the average person realizes it. You know? Phew, right? Yeah, I personally don't like AI art for a bunch of reasons, but the most annoying one is searching for real artists' work has become way harder. And it just poisons everything. Especially for D&D and tabletop gaming, like characters and stuff like that. And clips and everything like that. I don't want to use AI on my videos because it's a bad look. You know? When you use AI art for your content, you look like a cheapskate douchebag. That's the optics. You're a cheapskate douchebag who wouldn't like it if somebody took your stuff, but you'll take somebody else's stuff just fine. Right? Hypocrite. And so I don't want to use AI art in any of my stuff. I will go onto Google and just straight take something and post it. Because that's what YouTube videos are, you know. But I don't know, it feels weird. It's something else entirely for that kind of thing. Like some funny meme or a historical picture or something, or you know, I'll put up clip references and images and things like that, right? But somebody got paid to do those at some point. Yeah, it does make the internet feel a lot more like the Silent Forest. You used to be able to do a trick where you could tell Google Images to search for stuff before 2021. But it's just not, like I tell it to do that, it just doesn't. It just ignores my command. Google's a pretty bad search engine now. It used to be good. At some point they chose to be worse. As most winners do. A lot of artists have made their galleries private so they don't get scraped for AI, which is unfortunate. Yeah. And it's probably too late. They've already been scraped. It's just bad all around. About the time they stopped using "Don't be evil" as a slogan. Yeah, that used to be one of more of an internal policy, right? What search engine do you use now? I use Google and complain about it. Great question. I've heard it floated around one or two better ones, and I will probably adopt them at a later date. Like all humans, I'm slow to change and adopt. Or adapt, I mean. Use DuckDuckGo and it sucks too, but you feel a bit better about it, yeah. Damn, I'm not quite done walking. I hate to say it. Use Brave, but Brave is based on Chromium, so humanity still loses. I don't know anything about humanity. I'm a hermit. I've heard of Brave the browser. That seems to be the recommended browser people use nowadays. Brave, that being. Alta Vista, yeah. 37.com. Any real olds in chat? Any BBS or IRC users? Make sure to take off your oxygen before you respond. Ad break in progress? Okay. Well, if there's an ad break in progress, I'm going to switch hats. Because it was asked of me a while ago. And so I will. Please enjoy a word from our sponsors.
Introducing the best news for ice cream lovers since ice cream began. New Simple Pleasures. It's everything you love about ice cream, but no point. New Simple Pleasures is unbelievably rich, incredibly creamy, and absolutely top. Oh yeah. Because New Simple Pleasures is made with all natural pure athlete, yeah. Instead of point. New delicious all natural Simple Pleasures. There's never been an ice cream like it.
There's never been an ice cream like it. Google makes so many mistakes, but two recent ones that absolutely killed you, smiling Pluvius. Gmail chugs, and they retired the HTML simple view. Secondly, you can't even shop with Google on PC anymore. It used to be that you could middle click and open products and tabs, but now you have to left click, wait for some stupid sub window. Yeah, because it directs you to some ad thing and then it forwards you to the next place. Yeah. One of the, I don't know if this is true, but it seems to line up, is they hired the person who ruined YouTube's search and made them head of search in Google. Not to oversimplify, but I might point to that one. It's just Chrome, but with ad and tracker blocking. Okay. Yeah, I'm 7 million years old, so I use Opera. And eventually I'll have to drop this thing. But I'm old and stuck in my ways. And let me tell you, it was the fastest little browser it could in 2004. Fuck out of here. Also, I like mouse gestures. But yeah, I'll probably pick up Brave when I get around to it. If the Beastclaw Raiders are American, who's Canadian? What's the army that people think is liberal because it's near America, but actually it's a lot more conservative than they would like to admit? And some people there speak French. I don't know. Known for its politeness and maple syrup. I don't know what kind of army that you could apply that to. Mounties are on horseback. Is that a thing? Yeah, maybe Sylvaneth. People think it's the nature faction, but actually it's the violent, furious war faction. Nice stream timing. Hard at work on this rat-holing gun. Nice. God KO was America. I mean... No, probably not. I mean, a little bit. You can draw some correlations for sure. I think ogres fit more. I think ogres fit... If you're going to try to come up with just whatever symbolism, you know, and draw some parallels, which, as a caution, you can do with anything, and you can make an argument for almost anything, right? Whether it's true or not. When it comes to stuff like that. But yeah, I would put America as ogres for sure. KO is maybe closer to South Korea, I'm not sure. What faction is Australia? Probably don't want me to answer that. Because that army is going away. You know, Australia has big Beasts of Chaos, Bone Splitters, possibly Gloomspite Gitz energy. Don't have many goats. No, but I'm not using the creature type goat to make any sort of connection. Did you bounce the other things? They're gifting a tier 1 to Thief the Thief. Appreciate it. Australia isn't an army, it's a realm. Gur. True. Lumineth, it's Japan. I suppose, yeah. Sheesh. COS won't be segregated for long. It'll be eventually entirely human. I hope not. I thought it was a cool idea they had. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see if it ends up one way or t'other. Obviously, all the ancient dwarves and elves are going away, but I wonder if they will be replaced or just flushed. Hopefully replaced. That would be cool. Little off topic, but how did the Rift stream go? Had to work that night, so you missed the majority of it. Any chance it'll be posted on YouTube? Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah. All of my streams, if you click on my YouTube channel and there's a tab called Live, it's got every stream. Now, it's not edited up into a nice vid or anything like that, so forgive me, but the VOD is available. Anyway, I thought it went well, yeah. I was happy with how it went. It went long, but I kind of knew that it would go long, but we managed to finish it. The important part is that we got to the true end, and so it's wrapped up in a nice little package. We got a, beginning, middle, and end. All my little intros and speeches and descriptions and stuff, and the party did well, and they didn't miss any huge things, and they made little clever choices, and they talked to an NPC or two, and they won the fight in spectacular fashion, right? And they got cool little random table of bonuses and benefits at the end, and they listened to the post-credits scene, which I had to do just like Metal Gear, and we all had, I think it was fun. I think they liked it. A lot of stuff in there I put in there to kind of let people know that this is like unapologetically lame, but fun. And little kind of radio play, sound effects and stuff like that. I think people liked it. There were more people watching it than I thought. I was talking to everybody in like the green room before we started it, and I'm like, well, here we go. This will be the stream that I have prepared for the most. I can't wait to run my least successful stream ever, because just the interest is so tiny. Some ancient weird ass game, plus TTRPG game. People don't generally like to watch those unless it's Critical Role or that one other one, but more people watched it and stuck around than I thought, which is nice. First stream was lots of fun. Russia's Oziark Bone Reapers, maybe. Phoenix Temple did fight and die, or seeking a death, some laid down and died. Vince voice acting was funny, yeah. Look at the back of the CD case to defeat the dungeon, that anti-piracy stuff, the early stuff. Will there be more riffs? Yeah, I think so. I'm doing it every other Thursday. Because a lot of preparation goes into it for me, and I'm super busy in any case, but I wanted to put one on. So look forward to that next Thursday. For episode 2, game 2. I don't have a name for the campaign. Had absolutely no idea what was going on, but you liked my Mega Juicer. Yeah, that guy's fun. Juicers are very quintessentially riffs. The whole class and character concept, and power at a price, and sacrifice. And the second you do it, you have a hard cap. Like, you got 5 years to make your mark on the world, and then you're gone. Felt like a level 20 campaign from the jump, which are rare to find. The point of Rifts is that a level 1 character is a fully realized idea. For the most part. There's a few classes where that isn't the case, but largely speaking, in Rifts, when you make a level 1 character, they're him. They're like the man. They represent exactly what that is. In D&D, you gotta get there. In D&D, the whole thing is the journey and the arc. And you're level 3, you choose which subclass do you want to be, and you're level 5, and maybe now I'm going to take a level in cleric or whatever. And in previous editions of D&D, you would get what is known as prestige classes that you had to qualify for, and usually you get them at level 5 or maybe 10. And then finally, when you're like level 16 or something. Like now you are the wizard, you are the arcane trickster, you are, you know, the Achilles or whoever. And in Rifts it's like, I'm gonna be flying power armor robot man. Okay, at level 1, here's your flying power armor robot man suit. There you go. You start off as the exact thing that you don't have to like get there, in other words. Doesn't mean you can't have arcs and can't get more powerful and can't go on a journey or ascend into something else or whatever, but you start out like awesome. Very nearly bought the core rulebook for Rifts because of that stream. Would be great to just read it again. Yeah, somebody mentioned they wanted to see the character sheets. They wanted to be able to like click on the character sheets for the party, and I thought that was a neat idea. I'm looking into how to implement that, at least to just peruse, you know. You would like infinite mana at level 1, please? Yeah, for instance, there's that. I mean, you're a wizard, you gotta find your infinite mana glitch right away. Imagine being limited by mana. Disgusting. You're limited by actions. That's the thing that's the hurdle you gotta get over. And the answer generally is make your enemies waste all theirs. Rifts has the most seemingly unbalanced OCCs. Yes, very much so. And it's proud of it. And it should be. Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing to me. I like that. Why do the classes have to be balanced? The only thing that matters is whether the parties or whether the classes in your party are balanced. That's the only thing that matters. You can find some class in some book that's stronger than some class in some other book. Who cares? But at your table with your 4 players in your game, if those 4 players have balanced classes, then it's fine. It's the problem. They give you classes that you can play all the way from actual bum all the way up to essentially a Stormcast Eternal or gods and stuff like that. Whatever power level you want to play at, they got classes to play at those power levels. Just like whatever monsters of whatever power levels there are in the monster manual for fighting any, you know, character or something like that. Once playing an RPG where you don't spend the first 3 levels not being able to do anything, yeah, and almost dying to like a knife. I don't know. I enjoy D&D, it's very fun. It does it in a different way. I like that way sometimes. I like this way sometimes. Sometimes it's nice to start in the classic JRPG way, where you are a 16-year-old absolute fucking loser. Just the lowest of the low. You got nothing. No skills, no personality. You're scared of women. You can't speak, you know. And then fast forward to the end of the campaign, you kill God with the power of friendship. It's a classic arc to go along. From some dirt farmer, peasant, nobody, to Napoleon, right? Like that's a cool thing to do. Sometimes you want to cut to the chase, maybe. Tell a different kind of story, but I think they're both legit. Frank loves low-level stuff. Yeah. The Rift system can support low-level stuff actually very nicely. It's terrifying. It's like a survival horror game. Because you know we're always talking about MDC, right? Mega damage capacity of stuff. Mega damage weapons, things like that. 1 MD is equal to 100 normal damage. And a lot of Rift games just don't even do any SDC stuff. It's just all MD. But you can do a real low to the ground, low level, counting your silver bullets, running away from vampires. Everybody has SDC everything. And like one guy with a laser gun does 100 times normal damage to kill anyone in a single hit, and you gotta like deal with it. You find like a broken down Sama suit with one arm and the helmet missing, but it still kind of flies. And you're like the god of some Fist of the North Star outpost city because you found the crazy like armor weapon, and then finally it like runs out of gas and you're back to being normal again. And you briefly got to like put it on and had a boss fight against some broadkill demons. It was the only way you could have fought a mega damage like creature like that, and then you're back to being normal. It works pretty nice. There's just nobody really wants to do that. It's not very popular. Rifts is like famous for the most unbalanced parties, the worst GMs, you know, the most power gaming, Munchkin stuff, MDC everything, right? It lays a lot more at your feet as the GM, as the person running the game. You really get to enjoy the freedom and depth of 100 books of just shit, right? And in the hands of a responsible GM that's like Willy Wonka, it's Candyland. It's so good. But in the hands of a poor GM, it's the worst game you've ever been in. Just the worst game you've ever been in. Whereas if that same weaker GM was playing something like D&D, at least everybody's classes are balanced because it just forces you to, because everything's on rails. Bumper bowling, safe, balanced, equivalent. You know, monsters have challenge ratings and you look those up and it tells you what monster to use for whatever. And so there's, within the written parts of the system, there's, I guess, less freedom, but those are safety rails, so people don't fall off the edge as easily. Now, it's a TTRPG, so of course you could just make up whatever, right? That's the trick. You can always just make up whatever. Has anyone in this chat checked out Soulbound? Yes. How is it? It's good. I was in a game with Mr. Mephisto, Vince, Tom, and Strength Hammer. It was a fun game. Fun little system. I'm not usually a dice pool kind of guy, I'm going to be honest, but I liked it anyway, and it had some cool ideas. Big Winter MVP. Yeah, Fyodor Big Winter. Or Fjormar, I think it was. Fjormar Big Winter. Like, it was fun to play. A fun little game. And it's grabbing Pathfinder 2E, and it makes you sad. I don't know anything about PF2. Haven't looked into it. So I can't say. I liked Pathfinder 1. Which I preferred to 4th Ed D&D, hence Pathfinder's existence, really, as a game. I don't know, I've probably heard more complaining about PF2 than praise. But it's hard to know without any... I haven't even looked at any of the books or anything for PF2, so I can't really have an opinion on it. Don't know anything about it. It is aggressively on rails, balanced and safe. I mean, that's proven. The sad part is that is provably correct. That is the way that is successful. That's what you should do, right? Games that are difficult for beginners, not inherently balanced, and unsafe tend to die and are replaced by ones that are the easiest to pick up and get into, and the quickest to roll up a character for, and just the fastest from seeing the cover to rolling dice. It sounds like I'm shit-talking those, and I'm really not. That's good. But it's, you know, games like that won, kinda. I'm just a weirdo, and I like the ones that, failed for good reason, and I like them because of the things that made them unpopular. It's what it means to be a minority, right? Looking at any faction packs today. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. I gotta get through all of them. I feel like if I'm just floundering and I got nothing to talk about, I can always look over a faction pack. Right. Cracking some faction packs. Versus fun, true. Will on-railsing your fantasy RPG be successful when D&D 5 exists, though? Depends on what you mean by successful. Any particular one, chances are no. Something that's an alternative, yeah. As a guy who owns every Palladium system book, you two enjoy its awfulness? Brother. That's the fun. I don't know that I've heard a defender of Rifts that wasn't pretty realistic about it, and just upfront. Like, the rules are bad. They need to be fixed before you can play them. Even the creator of the game uses house rules. There's too many books. Nothing is balanced. The entire game is just built on homage and ripoff, 100%, all the way down. And it's so childish and stupid and silly. In a great way. There's exclamation points in the rules text. You shouldn't do that. That's amateurish. But it's charming. It's like, it's disarmingly charming. I wouldn't have it any other way. Hey, would you play any PC games? Yeah. Most of my life. Just a bunch. The most recent one that I'm working through, I haven't played it in a little bit, is Armored Core 6. I'm enjoying it very much, but I haven't had a lot of time to play it. I got maybe 2 or 3 hours into it, and then past month I haven't played it. I've been working on other stuff, unfortunately. But I liked it very much. So Armored Core 6 was the most recent one, really liked that. Before that, Baldur's Gate 3, which I very much liked. And it was a fine conclusion to the Balespawn trilogy that I didn't think I would get. I played Baldur's Gate 1 when it came out. And it was awesome. I played Baldur's Gate 2 when it came out, and it was awesome. And I can't believe that 20 years later, Baldur's Gate 3 came out and it was actually good. It shocked me. Do you think Armies of Renown will be played often in 4th? Probably not. I think people are trepidatious about things they perceive as potentially temporary. So, like, whatever percentage of people would have played Beasts of Chaos or Bone Splitters in 4th. The fact that they're going away in 1 year means way fewer people will. And, like, nobody's buying it, right? No, they can. You can play Sarcosanct, I think, right? For this year or something like that. But people aren't trying to generally spend $60 a box to use models for exactly 1 year and then they get retired, right? Now, at some point, you gotta let go, right? Maybe the 5-year mark, 10-year mark, or something like that. You can only use stuff for so long in this life, but, you know, a year? Armies right now, yeah. Are you familiar with Zweihander at all? No. No, I'm not. We've been playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4E for a year now, and the thing that killed the crab for us was the lack of options in combat. For all number crunching you did, you just swung your sword. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of people's complaint, and what a lot of TTRPGs boil down to, right? What do you do on your turn? I swing my sword. Okay. Next action, swing my sword. That's a... Maybe it's an oversimplification, but also that's a lot of what it is. Having cool options is neat. But, you know, there is that baseline of kind of auto-attacking, I guess. It's just you're choosing to. And most games are kind of like that at some point. Feel bad for folks who decide to buy models that will go to Legends in a year, especially if they didn't read the fine print and surprise them next year. Yes, same. Yeah. That's why you have to be a smart shopper. This is not blame, right? I don't know what the difference is between victim blaming and responsibility. I don't know. But you gotta be a smart shopper. I don't know, it's kind of like, you get in a car accident. And the car accident wasn't your fault, but you weren't wearing your seatbelt, and you flew through the window. You know? And you got all cut up. And so, like, it wasn't your fault, but you probably should have been wearing your seatbelt. I don't know the modern day terminology for stuff like that, but it's kind of like that. Person who just has no idea, and, like, today buys Bone Splitters, and they're just like, oh man, this is gonna be fun, right? A shitty thing is about to happen to them as soon as they realize it. But also, you gotta look into this stuff. You're spending enough money that doing some research is important too. Dr. Ruler watched the Rifts game all evening Friday. It was really fun. Good. I was glad. I already know huge things I'm going to do next time. We got to keep it snappy, right? But I don't want to rush people. It is a show, but also we don't want it to be a race. And the first easiest thing I can do, like I had my little dice, you know, next to my big old mouse pad here, and I was like rolling d6s. And I was like rolling. I only had 6 of them, and I had to roll like 13 for some effect. And so I'm rolling 6 and adding them up, and then picking up all 6 again and rolling it again. And I'm just manually aware of every second that's being silent and nothing is happening. I'm just rolling and doing math in my head, and I'm like, I'm live. I'm rolling. Nothing's happening. I will be rolling with a fucking digital, like, just, I will be using a dice rolling program as the GM for sure. I need to tell the party and the chat random numerical information like immediately. I can't be rolling 13 dice and adding them up. I gotta press a button and just say 37 and move on, you know? So that's the first thing. Definitely doing that. Now, the party can do whatever, you know. I prefer they roll physically. And I don't need to... There's no, like, oh, roll on the webcam so I know you're not cheating or anything like... I don't care. I play TTRPGs with adults. We're not cheating at a game. If I was playing a TTRPG game with people that I felt the need to come up with anti-cheating methods for, then I wouldn't be playing with those people. There would be a selection process, you know. That's something kids do. Seems to be a problem that could alternatively be solved with more counting rocks, yeah. You felt bad for your buddy. He bought 2 Beast of Chaos Vanguards like a week before the announcement. Yeah, and that guy would have done his homework, right? He would have looked and saw that, oh man, they got a terrain feature. They got a brand new hero. They got endless spells just for them. And so that guy would have been absolutely swindled. All the signs pointed to it's fine. And then Games Workshop is just like, nah, fuck you. That sucked. Honestly, the pistol that Vince used in the Rifts game gave me tingles of what combat in TTRPGs could be like. Yeah, as soon as he said, I have a funny gun, in my head I'm like, it could be 3 different ones, and I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have, well, actually it could have been a 4th one, but that one is a phase world thing. It was probably, I don't think he would have taken like I-beam technology or phase beamer stuff. And so I'm like, I think I have a pretty good idea which one of these guns it is. But the fact that it could have been any one of a few, I just think that, I think it's cool that there's so much bullshit. Like that gun is bullshit. But it's great. That's why I like Rifts. It's because there's 20 guns like that and I only know 3 of them. And there's items like that, and magic items like that, and classes like that, and class abilities like that. They just wrote stuff, and they're like, bro, this would be so sick if this was like this. And after 100 books, everybody, it's like Marvel too. You know, everybody is doing lightning loops in the corner. And in the intro adventure, you know, the other 2 players hadn't played Rifts before, so they had to like, they needed the introduction. They needed the tutorial. They needed to learn firsthand some of the just rules of thumb, you know. It's not that spells that require saves suck or anything. It's just a matter of target priority. And everybody's doing crazy shit. And so it's fun. You think the +1 to hit wound to General's Regiment could force more 3-drop armies? I don't think it's worth an entire extra drop. When I was building some perspective lists for getting into the testing 4th edition zone, you know, which I will be entering come Thursday, Friday probably. I certainly wasn't putting anything in my General's Regiment, if I could help it. And if I was putting something in there, it was pretty durable. Like, I wasn't putting Frost Sabers in my General's Regiment to try to stop an easy battle tactic for my opponents, right? But I think they'll get that anyway. Frost Lord's pretty easy to kill nowadays. Even if you don't put anything in your General's Regiment, you can still kill him for the 2 victory points, right? So not putting enough stuff in General's Regiment, but still 2 drops? Oh no. Not on 2 drops, no. But I'm trying outlandish things first, in other words. Need someone to talk you down from buying an OBR army you've been staring at all weekend from eBay. Someone tell me how awful OBR are to hobby or play. Dr. Ruler, what you need to do is play OBR in 4th edition on TTS a few times. And then you will know. You gotta play that. Try before you buy. With current rules and everything, against people who are good. Or however you like to play. You always wondered why more RPGs weren't trying to implement what 3.5 did with
job, King.
Tome of Battle on the tail end of the system, giving non-spell combat maneuvers to fighter types, so they had options. Yeah, I think 5.5 is doing that now. I don't know what they're trying to call it. It's gone through a few different names. D&D, what is it? D&D 1, D&D Next, right? 6 maybe. D20 Speakeasy things are the tier 1 for 3 months. I appreciate it. Speaking of D&D. And Jordy Paint Studios, thanks for the big raid. Big Raider, thanks for the raid. Anyway, I saw that they were trying to do a little bit of that. A little bit of that Weeaboo Fightan magic, right, from the olden days. Make everybody else as cool as wizards in D&D. WotC new name for it is D&D Chaos, yeah. You got yours in a 1-drop? Oh, nice. The privilege. Well, make use of it. You play Sylvaneth, what's my thoughts on them right now? I've only played them in Spearhead, and their rules are a lot different in that. I know a lot of people were down on Sylvaneth from the faction focus in the index, but I haven't gotten the chance to look over it in depth myself. And it would only be on paper, you know. It's hard to tell without playing something. I only know that, in general, Sylvaneth is like the opposite of the army that I'm interested in. I don't like dealing with terrain. I don't like having a million teleports. I don't like having to be next to this terrain or that terrain and be slow otherwise. Historically, Sylvaneth have been good. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked enough about them, Ryan. HeyWoah does not speak for the trees. I don't know. Normally not into nature armies, just aesthetically even. You don't think the bodyguard thing is worth trying to leverage? It might be. I haven't thought about GHB season yet. I'm doing things in order, right? Pure 4th edition, just straight up 4th edition. Build a few versions of my army, play test them against stuff, and then I'll fold the GHB stuff in after that. Weird Hermit doesn't like nature. True, yeah. I don't. I generally don't like nature. I like when it rains, as you can see in our walk. I like when it rains, I like when it snows, I like when the sun is not out. I like when the birds are not singing. I like when the sun goes down. I like when the days are short. Generally don't really like nature that much. I'd rather look at it than be in it. You know, people have seasonal depression disorder where, like, I don't know what it is. They don't get enough vitamin D or something, and they become sad, you know, when the sun's not out. I am the diametric opposite of that. When the sun's out, I go outside and I'm like, this is bright mode. Don't like it. Ruins my mood. Give me a cloud at least. Chad, you're planning on making a Kit Bash Stormdrake Guard into Sorcerer on Manticore? Does anybody know how big the size difference is? Oh, Frank on the Rocks might know, Alex. He's in Twitch chat right now. I can relay his message to you. Oh, never mind. It shows up on the screen. I did that already. You can read it. Let's go. Get this man to Detroit? No, thank you. Perfectly happy inside. You know, if you don't go outside, it doesn't really matter where you live. as long as you have good internet. Are you playing Battle Tactics? Of course, that's the game. But I do want to, like, mostly test them out. The sun is evil and hates me. Yeah, it's a giant laser, you know, just like the song. He says Dracoth Guard are too small. Oh, well, I guess you can read it on the screen as well. True, broken AC in summer is not a big deal in Wisconsin, but a real bitch in Florida. I will correct your sentence. A broken AC in the summer is a real bitch in Wisconsin and a real bitch in Florida, but it sucks for both. Big time. I never lived in Florida, but I've been there a few times. Didn't like the climate. Technically less hot than when I lived in Tempe, Arizona, but more humid, obviously. Didn't much care for either of the places. That shit sucked. Midwest is super hot and humid right now. 'Tis. Outdoors in Florida is like walking into a nuclear reactor. Are we still talking about rifts? No, I'm just kidding. There's no irradiated landscape in Florida as far as I know. Half of it's underwater from the ocean, and the entirety of the rest of it is a giant Everglades with dinosaurs. Cool place. Anyway, basically out of this Coke, I'm gonna get a new one. And then, I don't know, maybe content or something. BRB.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the
Cream.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls in my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, whoever heard that before?
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup soup. And you thought cup soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wait a minute,
and there is
more real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
Damn, I feel so energized and youthful. Now that I'm not absolutely sweltering in here. I gotta listen to this later. I wonder if it's picking up the mic in a weird way. If it's not, this is perfect. I know you can see a black screen right now. I redid part of the stream setup. I now have what is known as a fan. Life-changing, gotta tell you. I used to have one of those little fans that clip onto something like the fucking bus driver. And that shit sucked. And it constantly made this high-pitched whining noise that the mic wouldn't pick up, but I could hear. And every time you could like move it in a certain way or put something against it and it would kinda stop, but you just wouldn't. And it would come back and it was so annoying. And so did some research. I got the quietest, like standing tall fan, tube fan thing. I got the quietest one. No, it was not a Dyson. Those are like $500. And they're not the quietest. Why live? Anyway. Hey. Would you rather have your voice delayed by 5 seconds? Or have your vision delayed by 5 seconds? That's easy. Voice delayed by 5 seconds, obviously. That's what happens when I talk to you. That's what it's like to be a streamer. Voice for sure. Seeing things delayed by 5 seconds sucks so bad. Yeah, 13%, I would expect it. Would you rather cheat on someone or be cheated on? I think I would rather be cheated on. I've never done this one. Only had this one. Something like 5-6 times out of 5 or 6. I really know how to pick them. I'd rather this, I think. Yeah. I don't like the other one. Would you rather always have a runny, stuffy nose or always have a mild, dry cough? What's it like to be a smoker? Tell you what, I used to be a smoker. And apparently, that means you just choose that one. NTR fan? I really don't like or understand NTR, really. But I'm not a type who would cheat, so I'm sort of forced into the other half. What kind of stupid ass question is this? This one, I guess, but that's a bad question. 2 bad questions in a row and I'm out of here. Alright. Be a master of calligraphy or be a master of origami. I don't know. I'm very uninterested in both. Doesn't matter. That counts as another bad question. And so we're done. Big whizzer. Somebody asked me about Sylvaneth today, and I had to answer, I don't know. Well, how about we do something about that? Sylvaneth battle traits. It's very important to know the preset GHB boards will have room for woods. Yeah, I figured they would. I figured they would. Ahem. Once per turn, army, end of any turn. So at the end of every turn, you heal D3 to each Sylvaneth unit wholly within 6 of an awakened wildwood, okay? And then also at the end of any turn, because Sylvaneth that's wholly within 6 of an awakened wildwood, and they teleport more than 9 from all enemy units, and wholly within 6 of a different friendly awakened wildwood. Okay. Well, how many awakened wildwoods do you get to put down before the game begins, I guess? That's like the first thing I need to look up, I suppose. And then in your movement phase, you also teleport. Not in combat. Oh, one of them's in combat, one of them's out of combat. Got it. Okay, and then you remove it and set it up within different. My first take is that I don't like these battle traits at all. The healing one is nice, but I don't like how both of your battle traits are just 2 different teleports from one node to another node. It's just, alright, so what you do is, on your movement phase you teleport, and then at the end of turn you teleport. I don't know. You get 1 at the start, but it can be a 3-piece. Okay. Would you rather have telepathy or super strength? It's actually a hard one. My follow-up question would be, can I willfully shut off the telepathy? Because if I can't, you might go crazy, you know? It would seriously fuck you up, I think. If you could never turn off telepathy, depending on the range. Seems good for shooting units on your turn. Teleport into range to shoot a thing and then teleport back home. No caster rolls. Yeah. I'm not talking about it from a power level perspective. It's strong to be able to teleport to and fro, obviously. I'm just a little like, oh, okay. Yeah, you got 1 teleport here, 1 teleport there. I'm going to skip. I'm going to skip right to the War Scroll for Awakened Wildwood. This thing is so central to the army that I'm reading it first, essentially. It has cover, unstable, and obscuring. Unstable meaning you can move across it, but you can't land on it, right? Obscuring means can't draw line of sight, and then cover, you know. Deploying it. More than 3 from all objectives and other terrain features. Okay. Each time you set up an Awakened Wildwood, it can place 1 to 3 scenery pieces. If you place more than 1, the tips must touch. Add 2 to the health characteristic of this terrain feature for each additional scenery piece that is placed after the first. So, it has 8 health for 1, 10 for 2, and 12 for 3. Overgrown Wilderness. Enemy units can be targeted by shooting attacks made by friendly Sylvaneth units, even if they are behind or wholly within this terrain. Okay, so it's not obscuring for them, in other words. Only for you. Once per turn army, any combat phase. Pick each enemy unit within this terrain feature's combat range. Roll a die. 4 up D3 mortals. Okay. So the goal of the game for the enemy is to never be within 3 of it. And the goal for the game as you is to always make sure your enemy is within 3 of it. Or your guys are. Once per turn army hurts this because you're going to have multiple. Well, it says each. Oh, you mean you're going to have 2 Awakened Wildwoods, and so only one of them can do the Vengeful Spirit thing. Yeah, that sucks. You're right. Yeah. No, yeah, that is a little unfortunate. And it's not like it's on an objective. It's on just some terrain somewhere. Yeah, that's lame. I agree. And somebody mentioned up here, elsewhere that Strike and Fade requires that you be in combat, which means if you win the combat and kill the thing, you can't Strike and Fade, which kind of punishes you for succeeding, so I don't like that. You know, you got, ooh, I'm gonna tell, I have my Kurnoth hunters with swords and they roll in and they just kill some unit. Can't Strike and Fade now because you won the fight. I guess you can walk the hidden paths in your movement phase, but that's, the opportunity for you to do that has already transpired. That sucks. Yeah, Woods being once per turn army, unfortunate, and winning a fight and getting punished for it, I don't think, in general, I don't think you should be punished for winning a fight. And maybe you don't want to consider this a punishment, but I do. There are a variety of abilities that push damage through them, but you have to entice the opponent into 3. It feels like you need to fortify objectives with them and hope your opponent comes on over. Yeah. We'll see. Battle formations. When using Endless Growth ability, friendly Sylvaneth monsters can heal 3 instead of D3. Bad. Forest Folk. Add 1 of the Ren characteristic of melee weapons used by friendly Sylvaneth non-Kurnoth infantry that charged. No fun allowed, okay. Are you going to play non-Kurnoth infantry in your army? Unknown, not sure. This is obvious. If you are, then it's good, and if you're not, then it's bad. I don't know if you will be until I look at the rest of the stuff, I think. Outcast, the Terror in the Eaves. Subtract 3 from control scores enemy units while they're in combat with friendly Sylvaneth units, whatever. Free Spirits, once per turn army. Your charge phase. Fleet and Swift. Pick friendly Sylvaneth Cav unit. It can use charge even if it ran. Good. Alright. So for these it seems like Forest Folk, if you play with, and we'll look at the War Scrolls and figure out whether that's the case or not later, but if you are actually playing with Sylvaneth non-Kurnoth infantry, then Forest Folk is great. If you're playing with cavalry, Fleet and Swift is good. I don't rate Outcasts very highly, and I don't rate Lords of the Clan very highly. Now, it's the difference between 2 and 6, and it's a sure thing instead, so, like, maybe, but... Alright. Forest Folk is the worst one. Somehow I suspected that, with all my disclaimers. The only viable builds have named characters Alariel, Belthanos, or Lady of Vines. Need at least 1, preferably 2. It limits builds a lot, okay. You're taking monsters, you're going to want to heal them 3. Alright, I wasn't prepared for Sylvaneth to be Monster Mash moving forward, but if it is, then you take the one that benefits it, right? If you're not playing Cav as a central strategy, and you're not playing non-Kurnoth infantry as a central strategy, but instead are just playing all your monsters, then yeah, obviously you take the 3 healing, I suppose. I'm not, like, super in love with it, but if it's the only one that does anything, then there it is. Kind of like the Ogre traits. I take the subfaction that does literally anything, and then there are 3 that do actual nothing for me, so you just have to take the one that does something. Right? Ahem. Heroic traits. Opponent declared a spell or prayer. If this unit is wholly within 12, friendly Sylvaneth unit picked to be the target of that spell or prayer. Already pretty uncommon, but it's not like once per game or anything. It's just a reaction, it seems. Roll a die, 3 up, ignore the effect of the spell or prayer. You can use this ability more than once per phase, but only once per spell or prayer ability. Neat. Okay. I still think the best spells in the game don't target the enemy. But it's nice that you can just keep doing it. You have a 3-up spell ignore essentially always. As long as you're very close within 12, right? Your movement phase Warsinger. Friendly Sylvaneth unit holding within 12. This unit add 2 to the move characteristic of the target for the rest of the turn. Okay. Only one guy. I guess 2 inches of free movement is good. And then Spell Singer. While you're within the combat range of an Awakened Wildwood, +1 to cast. If this unit is not a wizard, it has Wizard 1 instead. Neat. Okay. I don't know how you're building your army. All of your wizards are named characters, I think, except for Branch Wraith. Right? No, Tree Lord Ancient. That's a not named wizard. I like getting +1 to cast, but who knows who your wizard will be. Alright. Artifacts of Power. Seed of Rebirth. If this unit would be destroyed before removing for play roll die at 3 up, it is not. And any remaining damage points have no effect, then heal 1. Can I use this ability again for the rest of the battle? Nope. Greenwood Gladius. Roll D3 on a 2-up, inflict the amount of mortal damage to target equal to the roll. Pick an enemy unit in combat with it. Okay. It's like a free impact hit, except you don't have to impact, you just have to like be in combat. If you have a combat hero, sure. I guess. Crown of Fell Bowers. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll die 3 up, add 1 to wound rolls for combat attacks made by friendly Sylvaneth units to target that enemy unit this phase. It's weird that they would print the same one, kinda, right? Like one is 2 or 3 mortals, and then another is probably more. Like probably more damage. I guess this one works on a 3 up, and this one works on a equivalent of a 3 up. Warsong Revenant. Oh, that's right, the Warsong Revenant. Yeah. I guess this thing is good for like a Death Star if you're doing something like that. You have to be exactly in combat with that unit though. You can't just be hovering next to a squad that is. I don't think any of your heroic traits or artifacts of power are what I would call exciting. Moving on. Hey, HeyWoah, question. Would you say OS is beginner friendly? Yeah. Yeah, I would. If you are the kind of person who has played games, you know, maybe RPGs or board games or card games like Magic, or video games, RPGs that are video games, yeah, I would say it's a pretty easy game. It's not that deep. Try it out on Spearhead, TTS for sure, Tabletop Simulator. Definitely try before you buy and figure out if you like it. But yeah, you play the game like you look into it and you read the rules, you know, once or twice, get somebody who knows how to play the game. After exactly 2 games, you're good. It's not like that hard to learn. People mostly take the free denial roll. Yep, I think so too. If I had to choose one to play without exactly knowing what wizard you're going for, even though most of the best spells don't target you, You might as well just take the 3 free up, like, hey, I ignore this sometimes. And then down here, I don't even know. I don't have a good... They're all so mid. Minus. Favorite model is the Velocita and Soulblight, but you're not sure what it should be used for in 4th thoughts, just tanky disruption. I have looked through Soulblight, and Velocita seems good. I don't think there's like... What did we decide? Was there a crazy ass artifact to put on that thing? Not like the old days, but worth it to save the points off of Prince Longdong. Not really. So you can do whatever you want, essentially. Alright. You swapped to the Prince, did you? Okay. Do you still get a good feel for them, or is it wholesale changes? I think you get a feel for the core feeling of the army, even if some of the specific rules end up being different. It's a decent representation, but it will be different. Are you going to Nova? No, I'm not, Trollbear Cat. Apologies. It takes a lot to get me out of the Wizard Tower. What would you say is the hardest army to play? I had a real good answer for you in 3rd edition. But now in 4th edition, everyone's kind of scrambling to even learn everything about all these armies. None of them seem very complicated to play, necessarily. But... Cruel Boys, maybe. Korn, maybe. Fire Slayers, maybe. KO, maybe. Lumineth, maybe. There's just a bunch. I think... I just don't know enough yet. But I'll give you an elevator pitch, I suppose. The armies that from a 30,000 foot view seem to have the highest reward for skill expression. I would say probably Cruel Boys and Nighthaunt. After that, a lot of people have pretty good arguments. Spell lore. Your hero phase. Tree Song is back. Pick a friendly wizard. There are fewer than 3 wildwoods. You can set up a wildwood. Wholly within 18 of the caster more than 3. Okay. If there are already 3, then they all heal 3. Neat. Unlimited. Cool. 6 is castable for sure. I like how Tree Song is back. I wish it would damage enemies around it rather than heal your wildwoods. I liked it when it was pulsing damage. Although that was if enemies were casting near it, I think. Pick a friendly Sylvaneth Wizard to cast a spell. Pick a friendly Awakened Wildwood wholly within 18. Until the start of your next turn, add 1 to rend. While they are wholly within 6. Gross. The dwellers below. Pick a friendly Sylvaneth Wizard. Pick a friendly that is either 12 of this unit or is within 6 of an Awakened Wildwood. Okay. So this, you can have this pulse out from any Wildwood that they happen to be near, which is neat. And And then it's a 5-up Horde Breaker. Okay. Man, they want you really close to those woods all the time. Holier than 6 for a lot of this stuff that I'm reading. Manifestation lore. Summon Spite Swarm Hive. This thing used to be really good. Roll a die to get run and charge and all sorts of other stuff. Or no, sorry, charge bonus, which would make your strike and fades good. 7 is a little rough. I keep forgetting that they don't... Why don't you put the War Scroll for the Endless Spell right after the manifestations? You know? No, that's fine. I'll scroll to it. Alright, Banish 7, 7, 6. The Hive nourishes. Pick a visible friendly Sylvaneth unit within 3 of this manifestation. Okay, so you gotta be real close. Roll a die, 2-up, pick one of the following effects. Oh, you still do the 2-up, huh? Add 1 to run rolls and charge rolls. Target has a ward of 6-up. Bum, 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 bum. Wow. Not enough. You still have to set up outside of 9 of enemies, right? So... +1 to charge rolls isn't quite gonna do it. Spite Swarm, the Shelf Swarm Hive. Awaken Wildwood. Oh, this is just that same thing that we looked at. And then Spearhead. The Glade Wyrm. 8-inch move, 7-4. Wait, this one still can't move, right? Yeah, can't move. Fearsome Mandibles. 6 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1d3. Anti-Wizard. Alright. Burrowers below. If this manifestation is not in combat, removed from the battlefield, set it up again. More than 9 from all enemy non-wizard units, and more than 3 from all enemy wizards. You can set this up 3 outside of wizards, huh? A wizard hunter, anti-wizard. Your movement phase specifically. Interesting. Feed on Eldritch Energy. Pick enemy wizard in combat with this manifestation. End of turn. -1 from casting, unbinding, banishing. Until the end of your next turn. Nice. It's cool that the Glade Wyrm is like a heat-seeking anti-wizard missile. This thing is funny. I think this thing is funny. I like it. And then the Vengeful Skull Ruet. Lumbering Bulk. 3 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1d3, nothing. Okay. Pick an enemy unit within 3 of it to be the target. End of any turn. Subtract an amount from the target's control score equal to the number of friendly units that have been destroyed this battle. Not including manifestation. This battle. Friendly units that have been destroyed the whole game. Which, if it's more than 4, like, you're almost... yeah. Okay. You're gonna have to tell me what the Sylvaneth players think about this, but I am not impressed by this lore. Like, the Glade Wyrm is funny and kind of cool, but I'm taking a generic lore, for sure. And I'm not super thrilled about the Awakened Wildwood either. It does not spark joy. Alright, back to the top. 16, 3 up, 14. Alariel. Oh, let's bring up the points, shall we? Bodies of Corn. Storm Chased. Sylvaneth, 680. Any Sylvaneth plus a Forest Sentinel. What's a Forest Sentinel? A Tree Lord. Maybe just say Tree Lord. I don't know. It's fine that there's a category of it. Oh, fair enough. Okay. So, she is 680. 16, 3, 14, 5. Looking for a ward. Hey, she got one at last. It's only a 6, but she got one. Triple Wizard, big. A one-shot Spear of Kurnoth, I sleep, even though the damage is high. And then fighting with it, 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, 2, 2. 6 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2, 4. She fights like a 310-point monster, so I'm expecting to scroll down and see 370 points worth of abilities on her. Life Boom. Pick one of the following effects. Any hero phase. So it's each hero phase. Add 1 to casting rolls or heal 2d3. It's good. Hey, that's nice. Metamorphosis. Visible enemy unit within 12. Too close. Don't like it. Inflict 2d3 mortal damage on the target. It's a lot of mortal damage. If the target is destroyed by this spell, you can immediately resolve the effects of Tree Song. Yeah, just kind of like how it was before. Hey, 2d6 mortals is a lot of mortals, right? Or 2d3, I mean. You know, so I scroll down, and I wish they would have copied me. Because when I was making her magic card for her, she was a forest. And so in AOS, I think she should count as an awakened wildwood. Like your god, like the god of all nature. I think she should just straight up count as an awakened wildwood as she's flying around and doing stuff. It would make for interesting plays, I think. Anyway, Rite of Life. Pick a friendly Sylv unit that has been destroyed to be the target. This unit can use this ability if it has been destroyed, but if it does, the unit must be the target. Yeah. You can even bring yourself back to life. I remember seeing this. 4 up, bring back. Wholly within 9 of a friendly awakened wildwood and more than 9 from all enemy units. If the target was a monster, allocate 8 damage to it. Okay. Living Battering Ram. If this unit charged, pick an enemy infantry. Only infantry? Boo. It's a lot of mortal damage though, 3 up. So 3, 4, 5, or 6 mortals is a lot of mortals. It's weird that it's only infantry. What, a living battering ram that's also a beetle isn't going to do damage to cav? Just foot troops? Kind of weird. Coming back to life eventually, because you get to use this, I think, every turn until you succeed, right? Flip a coin. So you have to kill her twice, essentially. Her damage is okay. For her points, right? 6 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2, 4, pretty good. 5, 3 and 3, 2, 2 is alright, yeah. Like, the healing and +1 to cast is decent. Her spell is decent. Wizard 3 is big. Triple Wizard. Triple Wizard at +1, I guess, is a big deal. 680. I don't know if that's a lot or not. I haven't built lists and tried her out. I think it's cool that she can come back to life. Her rampage is boring. Well, it's not boring. It's exciting and fun. But you can only use it on infantry. Is she good? I don't know. Lady Vines. 8 health, 3 up, 8. Searching for a ward. Ward not found. Wizard 2. You'll love to see Wizard 2, though. That's very nice. Cur not heals Wrath. 12 inch range, 1 attack, 2/1 d6. Stop writing things like this. I hate this. Cur not heals Wrath and Lashing Vines. 6/3/3/2/2. Oh, crit mortal. Neat. You'll get one of those. Is she a Monstar? She is. If the target was a Lady of Vines, Lady of Vines instantly is re-slain and goes back to being dead. Yeah, alright. This unit counts as an Awakened Wildwood for the purposes of Endless Growth, Walk the Hidden Paths, and Strike and Fate abilities. Cool! You should have done this with Alariel. Hey, they did the thing! Did you guys know? I appreciate the slow rolling. They did the cool thing. Definitely should have been Alariel if it had to be one person. Or like, anyway. Cool though, that's cool. Good idea. Whoever came up with that idea is a genius. Good idea. Your hero phase aspect of the Everqueen. Until the start of your next turn, friendly Sylvaneth units have 5 up ward, while they're wholly within 12 this unit. Good. 7's rough, though. She's not getting a bonus to cast. Lady of Vines is the Lady of Vines. She's unique. Can't take the one thing. 5 up ward's real good, though. Once per turn army, any combat, Writhing Vines. Pick an enemy unit that is into that. Roll a die 2 up, pick one of the following effects to apply the rest of the turn. -1 for hit rolls, targets attacks, add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made friendly units target it. That's good. You have to like be in combat with them though. You don't want to be. Now it's going to happen eventually, and I'm pleased that you get -1 to be hit when you are. Double Wizard counts as a Awakened Wildwood. Tempting. Endless Growth is the healing one, right? I like Lady of Vines. I wish it counted for more things and not just those 3, but I'll take it. Double Wizard, good spell. Kind of hard to cast, but strong. And then once you finally get her in combat, she hits you with the -1 to hit. And has crit mortals to potentially sometimes get lucky and do something. Nice. Drycha, Hammered Eth. 10 health. No longer a downside. No longer really bad. You'll love to see it. Searching for a ward, not found. Only Wizard 1. Oh, we're down to 10s instead of 20s. Well, everything must get worse, I guess. 4s and 4s, shooting combat companion. Anti-infantry companion. Where's the crit mortals on these? That was the whole point. Well, maybe it adds it. Mercurial Aspect. Pick one of the following effects. Either add 10 attacks to the Flitter Furies if she's enraged, or 10 to the Embittered. To the Swarms. Okay, so that's where the... Neat. Okay, so one of them is 20. But it's just like 4s and 4s. I don't care. 20 attacks, 4s and 4s. Okay, so 20 attacks, 10 hit after 4, 5 wound after that. And so your opponent makes 5 rend 1 saves, passes 3, Takes 2 damage. Alright. The fun is gone. And it's companion, so no fun allowed. Can't do anything. Yeah. Once per turn, army, any combat phase, pick an enemy unit in combat with this to be the target. 2-up halve target's control score. You know what's better than halving their control score? Fucking killing them. Song of Sprite. Enemy infantry within 12. Add 1 to hit rolls for combat attacks made by friendly Sylvaneth that target that enemy infantry. Or. No, not or. In addition, add 1 to wound rolls. By Spite Revenants and the Twist Wield. So essentially +1 to hit and wound if you're using Spite Revenants and Twist Wield. Or just 1 if you're Sylvaneth. Sad. Belthanos. Oh yeah, sorry. Lady of Vines, I was supposed to... 280, okay. I was supposed to look at the price for these, pardon me. 280 for a double wizard... For a double wizard with a good spell, but a little hard to cast, and counts as an Awakened Wildwood. And when the enemy finally gets them in the combat, they give the enemy -1 to hit, and then they die anyway. But you have to respect them slightly, I guess, in activation order, because they do have a decent, like, chance of doing a crit mortal or two. Yeah, I think Lady of Vines might be a thing. I'm not sure exactly, but she might be a thing. Drycha Hamadrath. What would I pay for her? I don't know. Less than Lady of Vines, that's for sure. Considering her spell is worse, arguably. And she's not a Wildwood. 240. Drycha, 310. Into the trash it goes. Too bad. Drycha looks cool. Belthanos, First Thorn of Kurnoth. 14-3-12. Kurnoth Glaive. 5-3-3-2-2. Charge 1 damage. Carnelian Great Spites. Razor-like mandibles. Very descriptive we're getting here. 4-2-4-2-3 companion, okay. Rhythm of the Chase. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit. Do the D3 2-up, inflict the amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. Then you can remove this unit from the battlefield, set it up again within 1 of the target. Once per turn, army any combat. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit. On a 2-up, you do like 2 mortals, and then you pick it up, and then you just... Interesting. Literally teleport behind you, nothing personnel kid. It means it's very hard to keep this guy like off of piling in onto an objective, right? Because he has a chance to pile into it, and he also has a chance to roll the 2-up and just like land on it and still be in combat with you. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. He fly, no ward. Once per battle, start of any turn. Naturia Theric. Pick a terrain feature within 6 to be the target. Who wants to ever be within 6 of a terrain feature? No, I'm kidding. For the rest of the battle, the target gains the Place of Power terrain ability. Counts as a Wildwood. for the 3 purposes, but not the others. Cool. I like him. Plays of power good. Counts as a wildwood good. Not having to roll good. I like him. It's sad that he's not a wizard, which means you really have to pay for this ability. I like him though. Kurnoth Warhorn. Pick up the 3 Sylvaneth units to be the target. Oh, anywhere? Each target can use charge even if they ran? Dude. This guy is good. He's a kid, you're hired. Get off the bench. You're starting. What do you cost? 300? Yeah, 330? Sure. As far as I'm concerned, the abilities printed on his war scroll in the rough draft of the rules of this index phase used to be in the battle trait section. And they just, like, scooped them out with a snow shovel and just poured them onto this guy's war scroll. And so you have to play this guy. That's what it feels like, anyway. Kid, you're in. Yeah, Belthanos, comma, first guy on the list. Yeah, exactly. Next, Warsong Revenant. 7 health, 5 save. Ooh, what are you, an ogre hero? Jesus. 7 health and a 5 up save. Hey, you got a 6 up ward. Never mind. Not an ogre hero. Wizard 2. You love to see it. Infantry and fly. Man, this is a whirlwind of emotions when I'm reading this guy's war scroll. And he's not unique, so you can give him a thing. And double wizard too. Okay. Alariel's Song. Friendly Sylvaneth units have ward 6 while they're wholly within 12 of this unit. -1 from ward rolls for enemy units while they're within 12. Neat. Funny little thing. Funny little thing. Unleash the Beast. 7. Pick a friendly awakened wildwood wholly within 18. Pick up to 3 visible enemy units within 9 of that terrain feature to be the targets. Well, at least it's 9. D3 for each, 3 up, mortal damage. Okay, so if your opponents are not staying away from Awakened Wildwoods, you can kind of blast them a little bit. And then Wildwood Revenants. Add 1 to Unbinding rolls and Banishment rolls for this unit while it's wholly within 6 of an Awakened Wildwood. Okay. Yeah, Warsong Revenant is cool. He's a double wizard. And what does he cost? 210. I guess you cost 100 points per level of wizard, right? That's just kind of what the cost is nowadays. Also in the past. I don't know if you play that guy. Because, like, you're taking Lady of Vines. Because she counts as a wildwood. And she's also a double wizard. And then you're taking Belthanos. And that's 2 heroes already. They're both named. And that's like over 500 points already. How many more points worth of heroes are you trying to take in this army? I guess you need somebody to be able to hold on to an artifact and a trait. But, I mean, Arch Regiment, I suppose I don't know what Arc Rev does now, but if he's anything like he was before, well, we'll see. Hero Infantry Fly. Revenants, Glaive, and Tail Pincers. Any combat phase, Crescent Shield, pick one of the following effects to apply. 4 up ward. Or 1 to the tax characteristic of this unit's melee weapons and 1 to wound rolls for this. Brother, it's defensive stance. No, I'm not adding bonuses to his combat attacks. Are you crazy? Interesting. So, like, in combat, he has a 4-up ward, but outside of the specifically combat phase, you can just shoot him. I guess you can't shoot him because of the new hero rules. Champion, add 1 to wound rolls for combat attacks made by Kurnoth. The Holy within 12. Is that even that good anymore? I thought Kurnoths are on 2s. Clearly they're not, otherwise he wouldn't get this bonus. Hold on. Yeah, okay, they're 3s. I mean, they would have to be 3s, otherwise this bonus wouldn't make any sense. But he's not a wizard, so maybe not. You need to be pretty damn good to not be a wizard this edition. And last edition. And second and also first. Basically for the game. What do you cost? 130? What is the name? Oh yeah. 170. Seems high. No thanks. Spirit of Girthu. 14 health, 3-up save. Verdant Blasto. 5 force and 3s, 1-2. Nice. Guardian Sword, 4 attacks, 3s and 2s, 2-5. Anti-monster, +1 rend. The big ass anime sword. Down from 6 damage. But 5 is still a lot. Titanic Duel, just like the old monster action. Pick an enemy monster on a 3-up, subtract 1 for attack characters that targets melee weapons for the rest of the turn. Hey, I got a better idea. If what you want to do is duel monsters, how about on a 3-up you add 1 to your own attacks characteristics? Bro, you only have 4, it's easy to fail those. Massive Impaling Talons are kind of legit now though, that's cool. 4-2, 2-3, crit mortal. Like, Massive Impaling Talons are kind of nice, though. And Wrathful Guardian. Add 1 to hit rolls for this unit's combat attacks while the target, not you, but while the target is within 3 of an Awakened Wildwood. Which your opponent knows probably that they never want to be. Are people monster mashing with this thing? I mean, he has big swinging attacks, but I don't know if I want him. What's he on? 330? Yeah. I mean, I probably just want some big ass caster. Maybe because he comes back with a Larial on a 4-up, I suppose. He's just like, he's a guy who, okay, dueling monsters, I don't care. Add 1 to hit rolls if your target gets itself within 3 of a Wildwood, which it probably won't. Whatever. This dude is, he's some Verdant Blasts, and then a small number of high damage attacks. I probably just don't want to spend the hero slot when I could take a unit that does an equivalent or greater amount of damage if damage is all you care about. And clearly it is, because none of the abilities do anything but damage, right? I just take Kurnoth Hunters instead of this guy. It's not like you're giving him Gyre Spike or some like realm artifact that increases his number of attacks or anything like that. Enhancements? I don't recall there being like a crazy enhancement for this guy. You're not giving him like bonus attacks or +1, you know. Well, let's see. Maybe you are. So you have a Spell Ignore, which could go on anyone. +2 to his movement is nice. And... oh, becomes a wizard. Okay. No, alright, spell singer. Yeah. I forgot you can make a wizard in this army. Yeah, then it might be worth. I forgot you could make a wizard. Take Seed of Rebirth just for the meme. I don't know. It's probably Gladius. Crown, he already wounds on 2s. I don't know if you're Death Starring. Maybe you are. Okay, yeah. Because you can make him a wizard. That changes my mind. I was about to say just no. Probably not. But he could be a wizard, and so that's a thing. I guess so could this guy. Tree Lord, who is now a hero, right? Is that true? Yeah. Tree Lord, who is now a hero. Which is something that Tree Lord wanted very badly for a long time. And now it's the addition where being a hero is terrible. Because it means the army builder won't let you build your army how you want. Because being a hero is very bad. Just in time. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this. 3-up, subtract 1 from wound rolls for target's attacks. Entangling Grasp. Pick an enemy unit that had any damage points allocated to it by attacks made by this Strangle Root. Which is 10-inch range, 3 attacks, 3s and 2s, 1, 2. You have to allocate damage points. You got to get all, not just targeting like some of the other stuff works. You got to go all the way to the end. Roll a die, 3-up. You still have to roll a die on a 3-up? On a Tuesday? Is this an Ogre book? You got within 10 with a 5-inch move guy. You rolled 3 attacks, 3s, passed them. Then 2s, passed them. Then they failed to save. Then you did damage. Then they passed their ward. And then you roll a 3-up. And then the target can't run or retreat until the start of your next turn. Were they going to? Alright. Looks like there's a detachment regiment where he's not a hero. You can include him as a forest sentinel for Ilariel and Tree Lord Ancient and Spirited Dirthu. I don't know if you're playing Ilariel or not. Well, what did we say? Belthanos was good, you're thinking about them. Lady of Vines was good, you're thinking about them. Tree Lord Ancient gets him, Spirited Dirthu gets him, and Ilariel gets him. So you can take him. You can take the Tree Lord sometimes if there's another thing. Is 260 cheap enough for... Is 260 cheap enough for a guy this kind of whatever? Maybe. Tree Lord Ancient. Doom Tendril Staff. Nice range. Still just a Wizard 1. It's a big ass Wizard 1. Ground Shaker. Roll die on a 4-up, the target has strike last. Big. Huge even. Large. Massive combat phase. Full up coin flip, but he's not doing crazy damage or anything, but it's always nice as long as it's possible. Once per turn army, your hero phase, awaken the wood. Pick a visible friendly awakened wildwood holier than 18. D3 on a 2-up, inflict the amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. Each enemy within the target's combat range. Are your opponents really just chilling in the combat range of awakened wildwoods? Maybe you put so many of them on the table that they can't help but, you know? Anti-charge weird? You hadn't seen that one before? I think I've seen anti-charge, but it's cool. It makes sense. It's like you immediately know what it does, right? Yeah, there's max 3 Wildwoods this edition. I just don't know how much... Are your opponents just straight Mr. Magooing their way onto your Awakened Wildwoods? I guess they'll learn. I think you have to, like... Yeah, it's like somebody said, you gotta just have them be exactly 3 away from all of the objectives. So they can't help but be near them, probably. But then they're attacking them, too. Branch Wraith. How much was True Light Ancient? 320. It's a lot for a single caster. Like, you cast one time, you don't have a War Scroll spell. I don't rate Awaken the Wood too highly. Strike Last is a strong effect, but it is a 4-up.
Good job, King.
Tension 8105, thanks to the tier 1, appreciate it for 37 months. Sylvaneth, have fun with the sadness. I don't think it's too sad. He lied lyingly. Look, there's some cool stuff. It's just like, it's hard for me to parse through this because what this army wants you to play like and the playstyle and the way the rules are written for this army, it's just like so not what I like to do that it's hard for me to tell if I just hate the playstyle or if the rules are bad. Do you know what I mean? If this unit is wholly within 6 of an freaking Awakened Wildwood, any friendly Sylv unit wholly within 12 of it, strike first on a 3-up. Once per turn army, enemy combat phase. Enemy combat phase strike first is super good. Like you get 6 Kurnoth Hunters. 6 Kurnoth Hunters like chilling on a objective with strike first. I don't know what Ogres is going to do about that. Charge in and get killed in their own turn. You don't think they're awful, but they really shoehorn you into a couple very specific builds. I mean, that's what a lot of the armies seem to be. Not saying that sucks. Or not saying that doesn't suck. As someone who doesn't like to play named characters. Really? That's weird. How come? I want to know. What don't you like about playing named characters? You like your guys to be your guys? Well, I mean, that's why you build them and paint them, right? You'll have to excuse me. I just don't have an experience with this. As you know, my army has no unique named characters. And so I've never had to confront this possibility. We're breaking new ground here. The rules to riffs are probably older than half of the chat. Bob Goblin, that is true. But I like it anyway. Yeah, you want it to be... Well, I don't know. It's like, I made a Frostwood on Stonehorn, and I gave it a funny little name, and a little backstory, and I made a little hat for him and everything. What is exactly the difference between doing that and making, Belthanos, but well, you know, the War Scroll's Belthanus, but this is my guy, and he has this cool name, and here's my backstory for him, and I gave him a different weapon and stuff. You know, if you're coming up with, like, if you would come up with your own little guy for a generic War Scroll, or a, kind of doesn't matter what the War Scroll is, I don't know. Maybe it's one step closer to it, you know. I think it makes sense. After thinking about it, I think it does make sense. The not wanting to use a named person thing. There's like half a step difference. There's like a shade difference. Even though you're kind of making up whatever about your guy anyway. I just feel it's to me it's as throwaway as all the other what you see is what you get. Like technically the guy has a spear. I gave him a scythe made out of a jawbone of a dragon, right? And technically you're supposed to do a wield, but I thought the iron fists looked cool, so I just gave him iron fists. I used whatever rule. Like, who cares? Like, I don't care which one the rules want me to play. The rules are the thing that are interchangeable. I want my dude to like look like this and be like this, and I gave him a little name. And then whatever like rules you use, it's like, okay. If it was a generic guy or a Belthanos, it's like whatever. But no, I think I do get it though. Even though I think at the end of the day, it should probably be kind of whatever, it's your guy anyway. But I think it is a little different when it's a unique thing that you're ignoring, rather than a generic thing that you're ignoring. Coming from pre-end times Warhammer Fantasy Battle, named characters are not necessarily better than making your own. They were there for like narrative, but 9 out of 10 making your own heroes was the better route to go in making lists. Oh, okay. Generally the case during most of Age of Sigmar historically as well. The generic version was almost always way better than the named version, and cheaper in like 1st edition, 2nd edition. Once artifacts and traits became really, really bad and generic and boring, now we're finally starting to get the named ones sometimes are better. Gosa mid archers. Are these Gosa mid or Gosa high? 120 for 5. Cheap. And they have bows. Crit auto wound. That's good on a wound of 3 up. Shoot in combat. Sure. 2-inch coherency. This unit uses shoot. It can move d6 once per turn any shooting phase. It cannot move into combat during any part of that move. Cool. 12-inch flying chaff. Not bad, actually. There could be uses for that. Do tree revenants still teleport? The twist wheeled. 1 of 8. You are ranged shoots. Each model in this unit is armed with random shit. Eruption of Thorned Vines. This unit is more than 6 from all the friendly Sylvaneth units. Pick an enemy unit within 12. Subtract D3 from charge rolls for the target. Interesting. D3 from charge rolls. That's good. That's a good bonus. Any charge phase. Neat. Cool. The twist wield. Is this from sub game? Yeah. 130 is kind of neat. I think I kind of like the twist wield. These guys are cool. They're kind of neat. They're so cheap too. Yeah, I like both of these funny little units here. Spider Eider Lancers. 5 health, 4 up save. 3-man units, they're little eels. They get all their musicians and standard bearers at their base size. Fascinating. Charge 1 damage, anti-cavalry 1 rend, charge 1 damage, and also companion. Absolutely thrumming with life. Heal 3 at the end of every turn. If this unit charged, roll die on a 3-up, it has strike first. Okay. 6 attacks. 4s and 3s, 1, 2, essentially. 6 attacks a model. The unit size is 3. 12-inch flyers. 5 health, 4 up save. They heal. They have cool transparency or coherency. And they have a strike first thing. They can absorb some synergies too. What do you think these guys cost? I kind of like them. I don't know what all synergies they can absorb, but I kind of like it. Spider Eider Lances. 3 for 210. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay. 3 for 210. Guys are basically 70 points a model or something like that. What was the sub-faction that we got for them? Run and charge. Okay. I mean, 12-inch move is pretty good as it is.
Which prime?
But you could do it. Always on tilt, thanks to the big prime. Appreciate it. For 9 months. Big. The sub-faction doesn't matter because you take Balthanos. Revenant Seekos. Oh yeah, these are the opposite types. Crit Mortal. Ooh. No charge 1 damage though. They thrum. They fight. They harvest. Each time friendly unit wholly within 12 of any friendly Revenant Seekers uses Rally, you can make 3 additional Rally rolls. Neat, but nah. Did you miss Gossamet Archers? No, I don't think so. Oh, you did, yeah. I thought they were kind of cool. Now we get to the damage. 5 move, 5 health, 4 up save, 4 attacks, some model. 3s and 3s, 1, 2. Crit Mortal, you love to see it. Infantry Champion. Well, this unit is contesting an objective. Friendly Sylvaneth units contesting that objective have ward 6 up. Nice. That's cool. Our index is like a stopgap for real battle tomes. Yes. Unfortunately, they are not what battle tomes simply are. That would be way better for players. Way better. But they got to sell their books because that's a huge part of their business model. And so we suffer for it, and it's a worse game because of it. Any combat phase travel underfoot if this unit charged. Pick an enemy unit as combat. Die for each model in this unit. Each 3 up, 1 mortal. Okay. Ahem. So you get 3 dudes. 13 attacks. 3s and 3s, 1, 2. Crit mortal. It's just good. 6 up ward for them and everybody else if they're near an objective, and like 1 possibly 2 mortal wounds, mortal damage, I mean, on the charge. At least everything has rules on new edition release. Yeah, of course. This is a big step forward. This is a great thing that they've done. I consider it a good step along the path of eventually not having books anymore and just doing everything digitally. Maybe in 10, 15, 20, 30, or 40 years. But by then, they will have finally done it. And it'll be good when they do. Yeah, Kurnoth Hunter, kind of good. But what are the points? 220 for 3 with swords. 13 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1, 2. Okay. Okay. It's 15 wounds on a 4-up. They're not the killiest unit I've seen in Age of Sigmar. But 2 damage, crit mortal, and 4 attacks a model. That's all good, right? And then the ones with scythes used to be better because they had longer combat range and more rend. And then later on they made crit mortals for the sword ones. And they became better. And now they are way worse. Alright. Kurnoth Hunters with scythes are dead. I mean, they were dead already, but they're extra dead. You making swords. Or rather, the ones that you have that are modeled with scythes because you think the scythes look cooler. The War Scroll is swords. I mean, I'll look at points, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, dude. No. No. No thanks. And then Kurnoth Hunters with bows. 2 attacks a model only. Very unfortunate. I played a game or two of Spearhead against Sylvaneth, and the 2 attacks a model thing felt very bad. It felt bad. They do have the best type of steady aim, because it ignores guarded hero ability for the rest of the turn. Some other shooting phase things are like you draw visibility or blah blah blah, but this one is you ignore the whole ass guarded hero ability, which means you don't suffer the penalties to hit either. And then envoys. Are these like one? Oh, you're just 200? Okay. Dryads technically exist. -1 for hit rolls while they're wholly within 6 of an Awakened Wildwood. And then they're just chaff. They're essentially screens. 110 points for 10? Okay. I feel like taking 0, but maybe that's wrong. -1 to hit and wound? That's what it used to be, yeah. Oh, I just didn't read it carefully enough. Yeah, it used to be -1 hit and wound. Now it still is. I thought it was only hit. Yeah. If I charge these guys, I will do 0 damage. I will do nothing. I'm hitting on 5s and 3s. It's over. As long as they're wholly within Awakened Wildwood. Come on. Tree revs. Can you still teleport every turn? Once per turn, army your movement. If it's not in combat, true teleport. You love to see it. Victory point machines. And it's a true teleport. It's not like wholly within your stupid terrain shit. No offense. Tree Revenant's based. Absolutely based. 10 out of 10. What do you cost? 110? Kid, you're hired. You guys are in. It's great. Spite Revenants are tiny, shitty infantry that they keep riding them expecting you to fight with them, and no one ever will or does. But they have Crit Mortal now. That's the ability you're looking for. 3 attacks a model. Unbridled Malice. Can I use commands? Whatever. How many of them can I get? 5 for 110. So a unit of 10 Spy Revenants has 31 attacks with Crit Mortal. You're gonna get like 4 or 5. You're gonna get like 5 mortal wounds and then nothing. Okay. I don't know, maybe you could spam them or something. I think after everyone's first game, they're going to be opening up their index and scrolling Control F Crit Mortal after they play against some of this 3-up armor armies. And then we get down to the Glade Wyrm. Okay. Well, it wasn't as bad as what I heard. I heard some massive complaining about this army. And I agree with essentially everything I heard. And that shit sucks. And I sympathize and empathize. Because it happened to me too. It's not entirely gone. There's stuff you can seemingly do. But I found myself being annoyed as I read the abilities more often than not. Even the dry chest synergy with them isn't very good. Yeah, there might not be enough juice. The fact you can only get 10 of them, if you could buy them in 10s and then get to 20 and then maybe you could synergize something else, I don't know. Holy Within 6 like kills any sort of fun, or I just don't want to think about it. Like, how am I gonna play this army? Way too much Holy Within 6, some terrain features, just everywhere throughout the whole book. Nah, I'm actually tapping out from that single thing, because it's just everywhere, and it's Holy Within 6 of stupid ass terrain that they can kill and that you have to place down and cast spells for. I don't know. I don't want to do it. Doesn't sound fun. You take like Balthanos, Double Wizard Unique Guy, a bunch of cavalry and Kurnoths with swords, and just swinging. You actually ABC people. Remember how big a 3 tree wildwood is? That's a 12-inch bubble. If not 13, 14. Okay, maybe this is too much of a on paper thing and I need to see it. You know? Anyway, which one is next? Which one do we look at next? I don't have to like flee from streaming because I finally have a fan, so I'm not boiling. Skaven, you're thinking? No. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, get up, stretch your legs a little bit, eat one hot chip, do some squats. Play a commercial and I'll be right back. Get up, stretch your legs a little bit, chill out. BRB 5 min. And we will start with, I don't know, some other army. Whatever people type in chat and then I see and instantly agree with, whatever that happens to be. Apologies for the extra long wait. I had a phone call. And whatever playlist I had, it went into the weeb dimension. Apologies. But then we saved it with some pendulum. Let's go. Ahem. And we're back. You know what? I'm ready for a redemption arc. I'm ready for a redemption arc here. I looked through Sylvaneth. I didn't find it to look that fun. There are cool units and cool things you can do, but from like a basic structural level, I really didn't like a lot of it. And the other faction focus that looked really bad, besides Sylvaneth, for the faction focus, right, was Gloomspite Gitz. No army looked less fun, basically, than Gloomspite Gitz, besides Ogres, on first look. And so maybe, I don't actually know if they ended up good in their index, because I haven't seen them yet. Perhaps they will. Was reading the core rules last night. Got confused by the contesting objectives. The rules of a single model from a unit is on it. Is the whole unit's control score used? Or is it just the value of the models within 3? Value of the models within 3. So, it is the control characteristic of every model within 3 of the objective added together, plus whatever bonuses and penalties, and that's your control score. So control characteristic becomes score once you, by way of math. Anyway, good question. Battle traits. We have seen the Bad Moon, and it is sadly aptly named. It is bad. It is random. It goes away. It's in big quadrants, which is awkward to play around. And the abilities you get are not good for how many random ass hoops you have to jump through. Now, Spiderfang Venom on 5 is good. Pardon me. Must be that one hot chip I had before the phone call. +1 to save rolls for Troggoths is the standout one here. That's good. I think Spiderfang probably suck bad enough so that you don't even care about the 5, because you're not going to play him anyway. But I don't know, maybe you are. They seem to be on their way out. Either they're getting replaced or whatever, but they're only a few models left and they're super old and they haven't been supported really. Maybe that will change. Anyway, battle traits. F. Next. D minus. D minus. We got Squigalanche. Which I think I got it last time I was at Starbucks. Bouncing Fury. Each time friendly Squig unit charges, add one of the attacks characteristic of Fang-filled gobs. Massive Fang-filled gobs. And huge Fang-filled gobs. Rest of the turn. Good. I don't know if Squigs are good. This is a good subfaction bonus. You don't have to do shit. You just have to succeed at charges. It's what I want to do anyway. Alright. +1 attacks is a good buff. Let's go. Troghoid. Each time friendly Troggoth uses to fight, after it has been resolved, heal D3. That's good. Yeah, that's something. Multi-wound guys. Doesn't like help them kill anything, obviously, but whenever they use a fight, they instantly heal. That's like kind of awkward if you're at full life and going first and you know they're going to be able to swing back at you, but alright. 32.1 says if any models in the unit are contesting an objective, that unit is contesting that objective. Yes, because there are other rules that care about the yes or no question. Are you contesting an objective? Yes or no? If you're contesting, a bunch of rules cross-reference that, and they're like, oh, if you're contesting, maybe this happens and maybe that happens, right? And so that's determining whether the unit is contesting or not. It's not saying how to score or how to determine who controls it, just that it is contesting or not. So one is a yes or no, and the other is how and implications of it, is how I read it anyway. MoonClan Scrap. Once per turn army, end of your turn. Pick up to 3 non-squig MoonClan units. You can make a pile in, then pick an enemy unit in combat, roll d3, 2 up, mortal damage. Okay. So 3 units of squigs, of MoonClan that are not squigs, that end of your turn are in combat, and they didn't kill anything, because they're supposed to be a tar pit, I think. And they squiggle around a little bit and do some mortal wounds. Okay. Spiderfang Stalk Tribe. Each time friendly Skitterstrand Ragnarok uses Realm Web Lurka. You can pick another friendly Spiderfang unit to also use that ability. In addition, each time friendly Ragnarok uses Ambush from Beyond. Pick another friendly Spiderfang that is skittering through tunnels in reality to also use it. I assume that's a deep strike, right? Yeah, they're in the actual Spider-Verse. Well, just on power, Bouncing Fury is the best one. Bigly. But who knows what it'll trickle down. Blessings of the Bad Moon. The Clammy... Oh, they still have the Clammy Hand? Each time friendly Gloomspite Gitz unit hole within 12 of this uses Rally, you can make 3 additional Rally rolls of d6. Okay. Loon Touched. Become a wizard. Big. Very good. To become a wizard. Fight another day. If it's in combat, roll a die. 3 up, it can immediately use Retreat. Without any mortal damage. Any combat phase. This used to be cooler, kind of, because you could attack first. You could attack and then peace out of combat, and it was sort of funny. You can't do that anymore, but since it's any combat phase on the opponent's turn, you use your abilities before you fight. And so on a 3-up, you can essentially bounce out of combat before your enemy can fight you on their own turn, which is super annoying. And I think cool. So that's kind of interesting. Sadly, it's going to be Loon Touched almost certainly. But this one's funny. The Clammy... Double Clammy? This guy's got a clammy hand and a clammy cowl. Why can't you fight before using this? Because the combat phase works differently than every other phase. Combat phase is the special phase. Unlike every other phase. Both you and your opponent use all of your abilities that aren't fight first. Only once you've both finished using all your abilities, then you fight. And because of that, it means that on your opponent's turn, they charge you. They do their fight, or they do their combat abilities. You do yours. One of yours is this. You peace out, and then it's time to fight, and you're out. So you're like invincible as long as you roll a 3-up, and there's room to move away, and some other stuff. But you're probably taking Loon Touched, I bet. I mean, maybe not, but... Do we do any others, or is this the first one? This is the second one. We did Sylvaneth. And a nice long walk through Japan, which was nice. -1 for hit rolls, attacks target this unit. Notice how it's ranged as well. You love to see it. Leering Gitz shield. Each time an unmodified hit roll for an attack targets the unit with 1 inflicted mortal damage. No. No. Once per battle, end of any turn. Backstabber's Blade. Made from the pure shadow and malice. This blade always finds its victim's weak spots. Pick an enemy hero in combat with this unit. Wait, an enemy hero in combat with a Gitz hero? 2 up inflict mortal damage equal to the roll. So d6 mortal wounds once. But it's end of turn. End of turn. Not like combat, but end of turn. Trogs. Oh, maybe there's a Trog hero that won't die. And it's not like any of these are that good. So. Alright, alright. Spell lore. Lore of the Clammy Dank. Good name. Good name scheme. Your unlimited spells on a 7. That's rough. Sneaky distraction. Is this fight last? Until the start of your next turn. Subtract 1 from hit rolls attacks made by enemy units so they're wholly within 12 of the caster. Cool. That's a good unlimited spell. In that it's like a bubble, but I wish you could cast it on those units. The Hand of Gork. All 7s over here. Not great. Unless we can get some cast bonuses. Pick a visible friendly unit within 12. And not in combat. Remove them from the battlefield, set them up again. Holy 24, more than 9. Teleport's good. Teleports are good. Spore Mars. Pick friendly Gitz Wizard to cast this. Pick up to 3 visible enemies within 12. That's very short. D3 for each target, 2 up, inflict them on mortal damage on okay. Alright. So you run your little ass wizard very close to multiple enemy units and deal some mortal damage. Concern. -1 to hit, good. Although being an aura around the caster, slightly worse than it could have been, but fine, good. The Hand of Gork, good. Teleport, good. Spore Maws, whatever. 7s are kind of annoying. Manifestation lore. Oh yeah, we got these guys. We got these things here. Scuttletide casts on a 7. It's got spider bites with crit mortal, so you'll do 1 mortal damage. It can pass across terrain features as if it had to fly. This unit has a 4-up ward while it is wholly within 12 of any friendly Ragnarok users. I need to... Actually, I shouldn't have scrolled. I need to see if this thing is still summoned onto any terrain on the board. If it's still like that or if they changed it. Not a friendly Scuttletide. Pick a friendly, yeah. Set up a Scuttletide wholly within 12 of the caster. Nope, it's trash. It is bad. Next. Mork's Mighty Mushroom. So, 7. 3 enemy units within 6 of it. For each target, roll a number at dice equal to the number of models in that unit that are within 6 of this manifestation. Boo. 5 up, Horde Breaker. You can like break a lot of hordes if they all happen to be absolutely just surrounding each other, right? Up to 3 friendly units within 6 of this thing, but nah. Don't like it. The moon. Lurid light. Friendly Gloomspite Gitz are under the light of the bad moon while they're wholly within 12 of this manifestation. Okay. So there is a way to be able to use your battle trait somehow. Kinda. You summon this thing. And it's got a 12-inch move. It's booking it. Your opponent can kill it if they're capable of doing 6 damage to a 6-up save at range. They have to be wholly... Alright, yeah. So, do you have to choose this spell lore to be able to use Moon whenever you want it? I don't know. I'm evaluating this stuff differently now. And then Scrap Scuttle's Arachna Cauldron. Does it give you... It doesn't give you the spider lore anymore because there's no spider lore. Pick friendly Gloomspite Gitz wizard within 1. Add 1 to the target's power level. Becomes a double wizard. Anyone play Gitz? These don't look good. But the moon gives you the moon, which if your Trogs is good. This one makes you a wizard too. And like, unironically, I would rather have +1 to cast in the army where everything casts on a 7. This thing is super short range horde breaker. I sleep. And this thing physically gets in people's way, I suppose. But it used to be cool because you could summon it onto terrain anywhere. Now it's 12. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like, is the moon so good, or are the light of the bad moon abilities... Like, I guess you're playing Trogs, right? Like, if you're not playing Trogs, then you wouldn't take any of these. But if you're playing Trogs, that means you are the one sub-faction in this army that has a good moon bonus. And so maybe you do take the moon for that reason. I don't know. Something to think about. For the manifestation lores, do you pick one spell or all 3? You get all 3. And you're taking Loon Touched to either become a wizard or get +1 to cast, one of the two. And then for the artifacts of power, I guess Clammy Cowl. Kind of depends on what the hero actually is. Kragnos. Scrag go Ra to the Loon King. We saw this guy. I really like the different auto redeploy 4s. Like, I think redeploy guaranteeing of a 4 is super strong. At least on paper. And this guy's a double wizard. And it sucks that his thing makes like, you want to really control your battle trick. Cauldron? So this thing targets a friendly wizard. So if you're not a wizard, then you can't get it. But it gives you 1 to power level. I guess I don't see a manifestation that gives you +1 to cast. I got stun locked. F question mark? Are we back? Hold up. Alright, I was just poking around behind the scenes, and it seemed like it just dipped on both platforms, but we're back. Everything's fine. We're marked safe. Alright, anyway. Where was I? I don't understand the person's question. Who was it? Somebody. Wranglicon. What did you mean by that? I was trying to puzzle, I was trying to puzzle it out, but I didn't know what you meant. Anyway. Scragrod. Good, I like the redeploy thing. Loon Boss. Pick friendly non-hero Moon Clan infantry that has not used fight. And they can fight immediately after, but they don't get a bonus, so it sucks. I'm Debaus. It says here, your hero phase, visible Moon Clan stab as unit Holy 12. On a 2-up, pick one of the following. If it's not in combat, you can return D6 slain. Or add 1 to wound rolls for like 60 attacks. Okay. You think they thought the Cauldron was +1 to cast? Oh, yeah, sure. But even if it were, like, you know, there are going to be turns you just fail to summon the thing. I'd rather have the sure thing, like, guarantee. And being at +2 to cast, not a bad thing either. Also, I'm not sure which kind of heroes we're trying to take yet. I don't know how many wizards we'll have. What does a pull-in without a buff suck? It seems useful if you've got multiple... So the reason is... Big friendly non... So reaction, you declared a fight ability for this unit. This guy. Loon Boss. 5-inch move. Weapons. Moon Slicer. 5 attacks. 4s and 4s. 1 Ren D3. So you swing 5 times. You hit 2.5. You wound 1. They pass their save. Nothing happens. Right? And then you pull in a Moon Clan infantry unit next to you to fight immediately. Well, considering you did 0 damage, you might as well have just had the Moon Clan infantry unit and not even taken this guy at all, right? It's like typically my complaint with the reaction pull people in thing is really all it does is add the guy's damage to the unit's damage, because you would have had the unit anyway. And he does like nothing. Now, this guy might be different, because over here he has a big square that adds +1 to wound rolls for your stabby unit. Now that's a real buff, so he might still be worth it depending. This used to be a thing that they would put on a lot of like Slaves to Darkness mounted heroes war scrolls, but then they had no utility. And so it was just like, hey, do you want to add 3 damage to your Cast Chosen for 200 points because of this guy on a mount? Like, no. Anyway, but he has a buff here. Maybe stabbers are cool if you add +1 to wound on all of them. Ignoring I didn't finish reading. Heroic trait. Yes, it gives +1 to cast if you already have it. That's what. No big deal. It's so, like, I do this all the time as well. You know, you're skimming abilities and you don't see something. It's not a problem. He's got a 6-up ward, though, this little funny guy. Would it be good if a unit that can fight good has it? Yes. If the unit does, like, really good damage, especially comparable to the unit that you bring in, then it would be good. So, this is where I draw equivalencies to things that are all technically the same if you squint, but you get them in different ways. So in a certain sense, there's very little difference between the following things. A squad that's going to do 10 damage, and a hero next to the squad that's going to pull them in when the hero attacks, and the hero does 5 damage, right? So in the end, what do? You do 15 damage, okay. And now you move over here, and there's a squad that does 10, and there's a wizard, and the wizard has a spell that essentially adds 5 damage to what the squad is going to do eventually. And so it's like the same thing. One was guy pulling him into combat and personally fighting. The other one was just a buff. And they both end up in the same space. They just like do it differently. The dude having to get into combat is a little harder though, because you got to fit and you got to make 2 charge rolls instead of just 1 over here. And then the third one is a unit that does 10 damage, and then another unit next to it maybe that does 10. And so you're going to do 20, but the downside is you're going to have to wait in between those. And so sometimes it's worth it and sometimes it's not. Usually it's not worth it to do the hero pull-in thing, unless the hero is doing a significant percentage of what the unit's damage is. And then you're just going to have to look at the points. Gobapalooza. I'm like saddened by this. These used to be so interesting and cool, and they gave all of the little guys names and everything. And now it's just some stuff with Wizard 1. Your hero phase roll die 3 up, pick one of the following effects. 1 to run rolls and charge rolls, meh. 1 to rend characteristic of units melee weapons, big. Gloomspite Gitz unit. And then the other one, unit cannot use commands, whatever. So yeah, hey, +1 to rend's good. 3 up, cool buff, also a wizard, Gobapalooza. 3 health, 6 up save. Possibly the weakest unit in the whole game. Yeah, I know it has a 4 up ward. What is the points? Oh, it's not even a hero. Okay. 150. So for 150 points, you get Wizard 1. And you're not a hero. So no artifact. Wizard 1 plus a cool little buff. Has to be in their combat range and then they fuck off. But it lasts until the starting next turn. Technically a wizard, not a hero, so you can fit it into... You just throw it into regiments pretty easily. Even though it's a very sad war scroll from how fun, characterful, and interesting it used to be, it's still like a 15 wound wizard with a buff. It's like good. So I think it's like good, I think. Isn't a +1 to rend to all weapons? Let's see. That unit's weapons. Not even just melee. You love to see it. And there's Rabble Rouser. Some little squad. This hero can join an eligible regiment as a Moon Clan agitator, huh? Rabble Rouser. So he's got Bat Squigs. Deployment. Set this unit in reserve in a secret tunnel. Your movement phase. Anywhere on the battlefield more than 9. Cool. True Deep Strike. Once per turn army, your movement phase. Pick a visible friendly monster or beast. Friendly. For the rest of the turn, the target can use charge even if it ran. But each time it uses a move, it has to end closer to this unit. In addition, for the rest of the turn, the first time the target ends a move within the unit's combat range, inflict d6 damage on it. Funny. If you look up here and you're just running away from some monster and giving it run on charge. This is like a fun, flavorful little ability. Is this ability good enough to give extra life to the nothing hero that just deep strikes and that's it? That's kind of cool. Are your monsters good? The Rousa Kragnos combo? Yeah, that actually does work, doesn't it? Because it's friendly monster. It's not Gitz. So now Kragnos gets run and charge. So he could go like 16 and then roll 36 to charge. That's funny. Maybe some of your monsters are good, and maybe they're slow. And Rabble Rousa is not unique. We'll put a pin in this one. I don't think so, but maybe. Fungoid Cave Shaman. There he is. Snazgar Stink Mullet or whatever. Add 1 to unit's power level for the rest of the turn once per battle hero phase. That's it. He's 1 wizard. Once a game, you can cast 2 spells. This guy used to give you a command point. When I painted one. Squig Boss. Feeding time. Look at how cool this guy is. He's funny. 4/6. On a 2-up, pick one of the following effects. Once per turn, army your hero phase. Add 3 to move. That's good. Only squigs, though. Targets blah have crit mortal. Oh, that's good, too. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Crit mortal is kind of nice, and fast movement's kind of nice, too. So if you're trying to play squigs, maybe you take a squig boss and make him a wizard or something. And you could put some heat on those fang-filled gobs. Unless they only have like 2 attacks or something, and then it's not worth it. Loon boss on Mangoler squigs. D6 plus 8. I mean, 8 is a highly decent starting amount, right? On average, you're about as fast as any other monster now, which is slow. 14/5. They do fly. 5 attacks, 4s and 4s, 1/2. 4 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1d6. 4 4s and 4s, OD3. Nah. Nah, I ain't trying to hit on 4s with everything and still roll d6 and have 1 or 0 rend. And crit mortal on only 4 attacks is like, yeah, you won't. Well, this unit has 10 or more damage points. Its gobs go up. Yeah, on a 5-up though, like, aren't you just dead? Miraculous, maybe. Once per battle army, any combat phase. Bite the Moon. Pick this unit and all friendly squig units holier than 12 of this unit. Okay. Add 1 to wound rolls for the target's fang filled, blah blah, for the rest of the turn. Okay. Wound rolls. Wound rolls. The thing that I hit on 2s with? I mean, that's every squig wholly within 12, so conceivably there are other squigs around this squig that wound on 3s or something. Alright. If this unit is destroyed before removing your play roll, die for each enemy within combat range, 4 up, D3 mortal damage. Alright, so they blow up. They are not filled with squigs, but they do blow up. Once per turn army, any charge phase. Curse Splat. If this unit charged, pick an enemy within 1. Roll die for each model in the target unit to a max of 10. Why? Let me roll all. Let me roll everything. For each 4, inflict 1. Okay, so 5 mortals on a squad of 10. I guess it's rare to have a squad higher than 10 anyway, right? I am sad. I don't like it. Random, horrendous armor. So easy to kill it. I don't even know. Attacks are bad and random and super random. Nah. No, I'm sad. It's illegal. Mangler squigs cannot be good. It's against the law. He needs Clemmy Cowl. He needs everything. He needs every category of thing a war scroll is to be all better. He needs all of it to be better. Yeah, 260, pretty cheap. But you get what you pay for. Nah. Maybe you just take a shitload of these. They're so cheap. He's paying for the sins of the original 3rd edition. Dude, he sucked in 3rd too. Oh, you mean the whole army, I guess. Maybe. How much are just Mangler squigs? 220 for 1. Still no? Sneaky Snufflers. These guys used to have a good buff. If this unit is non-combat, pick a visible friendly Moon Clan unit with holy within 12. Once per turn army. Add 1 to the roll if this unit is under the light of the bad moon. 3 up, target has 5 upward. On a 6, also add 1 attack characteristic. Wow, okay. This used to give +1 attacks. Now it does that 14% of the time or whatever. Yeah, no impact hits at all on the non-hero version. So 3 up has a 5 upward. If you happen to roll a 6, also +1 attacks. I guess if you're under the moon, it's a 5 up. Moon Clan specifically. Warhammer the Old World, Middle Earth, Lord of the Rings dogs that don't belong in this game at all. Are these like really good? No. Moving D6, enemy moving phase is good. That's good though. 5 dudes, 15 move. They have grot bows that have 10 attacks. Statistically 0 will deal damage. Okay. Alright. Loon Smasher Fanatics. 2d6 movement. Disgusting. 6 up save. D6 attacks, 4 and 3, 2d3. Just like the old days. Pick this unit if it has not been deployed. Hidden among the mobs. This unit has strike first. Let's go. Release the fanatics. Pick this unit if it is hidden among the mobs. Pick a friendly Moon Clan Shootas or Stabbas that has 10 or more models to be the target. Set it up anywhere on the battlefield wholly within 6 of the target and more than 9 from enemies. Oh. I've become sad. This thing used to be sick. You got charged, and then you like put them in a line right in front, and they got to auto hit or strike first when, I don't know. This used to be fun. It is no longer fun. I guess you can still line them up in the movement phase of your opponents, and then they have to like try to charge around him. But I don't know. I liked the idea of it, putting them like directly in front. If I recall, the assassin got changed. So I guess this is important because they are actually still hiding inside of units. How many are there in this squad? 5. How much fun can I have? Loon Smash of Fanatics. 140 for 5, 280 for 10. So you have 10 guys hiding in 10 guys. No champion. So 10 D6 attacks. 4s and 3s, 2 D3. Can you jump more than one out of the same unit? Now, as far as I read it, yes. Because it says, set it up hidden among the mobs. Okay. And then here, any moon phase. It doesn't say once per army or once per turn. Just says any. So, as far as I read it, you can hide like 6 different units of 10 Loon Smash of Fanatics in the same one squad if you want. And the only thing stopping you is that it wouldn't be good. Which is proper, I think. I think that's fun. Spore Splatta. D3, 3, 4, 1, D3. Can use the normal move ability as if it were your movement phase. In deployment. Nice. Puff Shroom Frenzy. Add one attacks characteristic of melee weapons used by other friendly Moon Clan units while they're wholly within 12 of this unit. Subtract 1 from the attacks characteristic weapons used by enemy units. I like these guys. These are good. Spore Splatta Fanatics. 120. They're cheaper. Cheaper and better. Yeah. +1 attacks characteristic for some huge ass Moon Clan unit. Let's go. Nice. 2d6 move. 1-6. Yeah, alright. Moon Clan Shootas. 18-inch. Oh, hey, they still have kind of a range to them. 18-inch. 2 attacks, 4s and 5s, 01. Oh. And they got nets. And that's it. 1 of 20. There's 20 of them. Now, you can get a bonus to wound from the Loon Boss on foot ride. So 4s and 4s. That is... 40 attacks. I guess you could have 40 of... You could reinforce it. For 80 shots. 80 shots from 40 guys. 4s and 4s, 01. The buckets of dice are back. Rend bonus with Gabapalooza. Wound. So you shoot 80 times. And I guess we'll all out attack. We might as well, right? So 80 shots hitting on 3s is 60 hit. And then wounding on 5s, which means that 20 hit. And then your opponent has to make 20 saves against Rend 1. And I don't know, they make 10 of them or something. You do like 10 damage. I don't know. That's with 40 of them. How much did that cost? Moon Clan shooters. 160. So 320. 320 for 40. 40 shoot us 80. Oh, pardon me, 81 shots. Yeah, and nets don't take away bow shots anymore. Chad, is this real? We are so back. Alright, my Moon Clan list is materializing. 320 for 40 shooters. 320 for 40 shooters. 320 for 40 shooters. One Gobapalooza. And we still have 1,000 points left. Who up painting they shooters? Moon Clan stabbers. 2 attacks, 4s and 5s. Pick an enemy infantry. -1 hits. Alright, yep. And there's 20 of these guys. Now this I think is a lot worse. Because with the 18-inch range of these guys, they can actually just sit there shooting crap. They don't have shoot in combat. This is going to be a big problem for them. But, chill. Over here, you got to get that 5-inch somehow to the objectives. Anyway, Squighoid. We went over this. It's the most annoying war scroll to read. Just fucking nonsense. Not good. It reads as the extremely nerfed version of something that used to be maybe fun, but only for one person. Which is what it is. Warp Lightning Cannon just called you crying. What, are you gonna do 8 mortal damage? Okay. They have 32 shooters left. How much did you pay for those mortals? This is value. Loon Boss on Cave Squig. Let's get bouncing. Reaction. You declared a fight ability. If it is picked to do so, add 1 to hit rolls for the target's attacks. Nice, okay. Non-hero Squig Cav. Now this one gives a bonus. See, it adds +1 to hit rolls. So it's whatever his damage is +1 to hit on all those. And that saves you command point, which is kind of nice. Squig's it all worth it with the crit mortal buff? Not the monster ones. But I haven't scrolled yet to the non-monster ones. What about Loon Boss on Giant Cave Squig? 130 is pretty cheap. I guess he comes with a free command point every time he enters combat, which is kind of nice. His movement sucks. Squig Hoppa. They boing. $170 for 10. Get 10 of these guys. 10 of these guys? Was I reading that right? Squig Hoppers? You get 10 of them. That's a lot of them. These guys have 5 attacks a model. Now, 2 of those attacks aren't good. The other 2 could possibly get crit mortals, though. So 30 attacks with crit mortal, it's kind of cool. I don't know if that's enough, but... What about Boing Rod Bounders? What about the cool boys? Oh, their armor's only 5. I thought it used to be 4. Poken Lance, 3, 4, 4, 1, 1, charge plus 1 damage at least. And then Fang-filled Gobs. And they get impact hits. Is this also 10 guys? Boing Rod Bounders. The Boingy Boys. It's only 5. Okay. So for 170, I get 30 mount attacks that could have crit mortals with something else. Or for 120, I could have 15 mount attacks with crit mortals and 15 pretty bad, but at least damage 2. This is the same box. Like Squig Hoppers and Boing Rod Bounders are the same box you can purchase. I feel like Boing Rods, either they both should come in 10 or they both should come in 5, really. Weird. Strange. Let me read that ability to make sure I remembered it right. Fang-filled, huge fang. Yeah, alright. And this is pick a Squig unit 2 up. That's in his combat range, this guy. This is the guy that, like, you make him a wizard or whatever, or maybe give him a cowl or something. And then now your Boingy Boys get crit mortals. Okay. They're like 60% the cost of Bounders. That's a weird comparison to make. Somebody's going to do the math though and eventually figure it out, I'm sure. Alright, the Tug Man. Tug the Truggoth King. 16 hit points. 4 up save, 6-inch move. Jesus. That's slow. This man's slow. His attacks are very small number of attacks. They do big damage, but yeah, not a lot of attacks. Big damn though. And you roll 1 die instead of 3 when he's super wounded. Okay, big tuggies. Once per turn army, any combat. Roll die if the roll equals or exceeds the target's health characteristic, 1 model is slain. Nice, that's good. Slay whole is good. And then start of any turn, so he heals d6 every single turn. Nice. Roll 3 dice, you must pick 1 of the dice and apply the effects. 2 to 6 persist until the start of your next turn. 1 hurts you, of course. But you pick 1 die, and so, like, after 3. Add 1 tax characteristic of melee weapons used by Trogs while they're within 12. Add 1 of the rend. This unit can suddenly unbind, and you do this in your hero phase, okay? But it lasts until your next. Glyph of Ulagu. -1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks. Target friendly Trogs. 5 ward. Okay, well the one you want is 5 up ward. Consolation prize +1 attacks or rend, whatever. And it's Trogs wholly within 12 of this guy. All aboard the tugboat. What would this guy have to cost for me to want to play him? Three... something? 3 something. 20? Pretty close, 360. Yeah, he's impossibly slow, but his price is like close to what I would think it would be. Plus he's like cool looking and fun. Dankhold Trago Boss. Some attacks. Ooh, D6 hurts here. That hurts. You didn't have to do that to my guy. The other one had 4. If this is in combat, roll a die on a 3-up for the rest of the turn. Add 1 of the tax characters to melee weapons. The friendly Trog units while they are within this unit's combat. Okay, so if you're surrounded by a guy. I mean, it counts himself too, I suppose. This unit was picked to be the target of a spell. Roll die, 4-up, ignore. Okay. Don't think I want a thing called Trog Boss. No thanks. Oh, but this one isn't a hero down here. Maybe I have to tank they called Trog Bosses. 10, 4, 6, 4, 4, 2, 2, 2, D3 plus 3. Oh man, his Boulder Club is way better than this guy's. Interesting. Only heal D3, 4 up, wade and smash. If this unit is in combat, it can move 6, but must end that move in combat. Nice. Then roll D3 for each enemy unit within 1 of it. 2 up, inflict amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. Nice. This guy's funny. How much is Dankhold Trog? 180. What about the boss? 220 for 1. Regiments are regiment options. Any Trog. This hero can join Trog's regiment. Alright. So you can play Trug and you can play Dank, and those are the only ones that allow. Aside from like Kragnos or some shit. What about Scragrot the Pimp King? Any Gloomspite Gitz. Okay, there we go. So you can take that guy as well. You might even want to because of the Trog's Bad Moon ability is actually good because it's +1 saves. So you might even want to take Scrag, and in which case you will be able to add Trogs to it. He's the same points as the Dank. And if you had to choose between Dankhold Trog Boss and Scragrot the Pimp King, I would like 10 times out of 10 choose Scragrot and not Dank. I would choose Scragrot as your number 1 hero and the Tugboat as your number 2 hero. Third being questionable. Fellwater Troggets, these ancient things. 5 and 5, 4 under the moon. Noxious Vomit is down to D3, 2, 3, 2, 1, shoot in combat. 4, 4, 3, 1, 2. If any damage points are allocated, then you blah, blah, blah. Unit is drenched in vomit. At the start of your next turn. While unit is drenched in vomit, subtract 1 from save rolls for that unit. Big. Ignore positive modifiers to say big. Okay. That's a strong passive. Now you need to actually deal damage. And I think this is a unit of 3. Ren 2 helps there, so to shoot in combat. Do you actually want Fellwater Troggets? Hold up. They're like so weak. Noxious Vomit's kind of nice though. If it works. 180 for 3? Tell you what, I'll think about it. Yeah, that's what you saw me scrolling, right? I was looking for the -1 to hit, which it used to have, but doesn't anymore. Rock Gut Trogs. These are the guys with the 5-up award, but like 1 attack a model or some tiny, yeah, 3 attacks a model, very low. These have 4, these have 2. 1 rock thrower hits on 5s. Sure. 4223 is a good ass profile though. Do they have champion? No champion. So a unit of 3 of them has 6 entire attacks. Of which 3 hit, 2 wound, possibly 3 wound. And then Ren 2 damage 3, it's kind of nice. Throwing rocks tonight. Rock Gut Trogoths. 3 for 170. Okay. So they're 340 for 6. Ahem. $12 attacks per 340. Will this include a look at the Army of Renown for these guys? Yes. I think I'll just do it all at the same time for SJ's sanity. So he doesn't have to chase down a Cleop. I think they just follow Trug around. Yeah, you know, I think they just follow people around and have 3-up armor underneath the moon. 3-up, 5-up, and make a tiny amount of really good attacks. These dudes try as hard as they can to just vomit on people. Maybe like 1 squad as a potential, I don't know, maybe. I like the vomit. Even though it kind of sucks, because it's one of those where you have to actually allocate damage. But Ren 2 helps that. Helps you get there. Hitting on 2, you know, the profile 2s and 3s helps you get there. Rend especially. Only D3 attacks is sad, but whatever. Spida Rida. Dank old Trog boss giving those rock guts an attack is pretty relevant. Yeah, I didn't want to admit it because I didn't like the look of him. I didn't think he was that good. And he's not. And it's random. But adding +6 attacks to a big unit of rock guts is very... It's 33% more attacks, right? Or it's 50% more attacks from where they used to be, which is 2. I think I'm coming around to him. You just need him. You want him on 3 attacks. Let's go, right?